Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights at death sight of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
Rising up, breaking out, all along, got you in my heart. Burn it up, feel the rush, get ready. You could try to keep me down, but you're never gonna break me. All the years I've known my heart, all the fears are falling apart. Oh, move over. Gonna fight till the end of the road. Gonna make it on my own. Deep in my soul, my brave wild heart. got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me. You're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Ride on the wings of the hurricane.
I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
chateau in the mountains. Got change, yeah, jet set through the islands. I change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side thing. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head, doing pop lock. 20 million streams and she won't stop, can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Down, big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. You're my diet. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata.
They said we had to prove ourselves. So we did. They said we'd never reach the top. But here we are. We've broken barriers. We've shattered limits.
Now this big fish needs to find a bigger pond.
Now, it's not about proving anything anymore. It's about fighting harder, rising higher. Now, we are fearless.
It's the first day of Game Changers EMEA playoffs, which is also the last stage of Game Changers for this year. But with it, it marks the start of the road to the finals in Istanbul and also the Game Changers Championship later this year in Seoul. I'm going to be your host, Ginny, covering everything today and at some point later this week. And I'm joined on the desk this time around with the lovely Billy and Inami, our seasonal Game Changers connoisseurs. Hi, Inami. How's it going?
Hello, it's going so well. So happy to be back into Game Changers and happy to have you back, Ginny. And what a day we have ahead of us.
I know. Welcome back, Ginny. So happy to have you here. I'm always looking forward to Game Changers and I can't wait to get stuck into today's games.
Absolutely, but I also feel like we kind of have to address exactly how we got here. So for those of you at home wondering why we're looking at the games today and what's it looking like, we're going to start off with having a little bit of a glance at the group standings to put into perspective why not every single one of these teams was able to advance. Twisted Minds were the ones that were able to get the highest amount of records alongside KC, so they're kind of safe for now, Billy, but the rest are still fighting for a chance at survival.
Exactly, and the fact that we had 4 teams finish on 4 wins and 5 losses in groups, I mean, that tiebreaker was rough. We have teams that only just missed out on being able to make it to playoffs, including a fan favourite such as FMCL. I'm really sad that we don't actually get to see them here, but they had a great run nonetheless, and yeah, it's very, very being competitive this stage at least.
Yeah, and another team I want to mention is Black Hand. This team has been able to take a win against G2 and make it the tiebreakers even harder to break through 2 days ago. So this team has actually been phenomenal, and BerryX, honestly, what an insane player.
You know, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, and only the top 6 teams have had the opportunity to advance further into the playoffs, which leads us to the bracket and how everything is going to be looking. For those of you, just a little bit of a reminder, Billy, there is literally no lower bracket today, so you literally lose here, you're out, which is crazy.
Yeah, we have a knockout round, which is quite scary. This is obviously something that has been kind of implemented throughout GCEMA this year. But I think the thing for me as well is Twisted Minds and KC being able to advance in there. They're the clear front runners coming into this stage. But as we saw in those standings, no teams came into playoffs with 0 losses, right? Both of them ended up having a couple of losses and shakes in that group stage. But it'll be nice to see how those two get on being ahead of the curve.
If anything, it just further puts into perspective how every single team is being pushed to their limits and how much more competitive it has been getting over the year, which means that we should be in for some pretty cool games, especially today, Inami, considering the fact that the pressure is on. These games are genuinely do or die, and we have not 1, but 2 best of 3s today that are going to highlight that.
Yeah, and some of the top teams in the region that we have, G2, SKGX, and Qadsiya, a newcomer into this tournament. I'm honestly super excited to see these games.
Yeah, and for those of you wondering as well, in terms of the patch, what we're playing on, it is going to be a patch, the older patch, which means that Veto is not going to be available. We're not going to see that this time around. But I also would like to cast our minds back or forward into the future, really, when it comes to what ultimately truly is on the line here, Billy. Because it's not just the fact that you're playing for those finals in Turkey. There is also circuit points up for grabs, which are absolutely crucial for the international later this year.
Yeah, of course. I want to hit on the fact that we will have our finals again in Istanbul for Stage 3, which is so exciting. Of course, the winner of that Stage 3 finals will end up qualifying to GCC. But as we can see here on the circuit points, KC have actually already qualified to GCC because they've exceeded enough points throughout the competition this year. I think that my eyes initially are drawn to G2 and SK, of course, being so close in points. This matchup between the 2 of them today could genuinely be who decides who goes to GCC and who doesn't. And I mean, G2, they've of course made roster changes coming into this stage to eliminate any sort of doubt that we might have.
Which is kind of crazy. This is happening right as what we might call the most important stage of the year, Inami, because yes, you're making the roster change, but is it going to be enough time? How's it going to play out? Guess we're going to have to wait and see, though, because this used to be the winning formula.
Yeah, if I'm a G2 fan, I'm confident into this roster because Petra coming in, she brings the stability that probably Mimi has been missing in the last stage. And this also means that Vanya is back to the smoker, the best smoke in EMEA, and also Amy is back to Sentinels, one of the best Sentinels in the world when it comes to like this scene, the game changer. So honestly, I think G2 fans would be happy about this change.
Yeah, I think I have to add to what you said, Ginny. The fact that they've kind of returned back to that recipe that worked for them year on year, having that strong, experienced core with a kind of Zoomer duelist that's going to go in and tap heads. You know, they've had Mary before, they had Rescue last year, and of course they have Akita for this stage as well. But I think as well, something that we need to look at is the placements for this year. It's been not so great for G2 Gosen, right? Up until this year, they had only ever not been in an EMEA Grand Final 2 times in the org's history, which is crazy to think about when we compare it to last year.
Yeah, this year specifically, when we're looking at the side of G2 Gosen, like this is a household name. It's something, Inami, that we are seeing consistently when it comes to the definition of winning and the definition of domination, especially looking at last year in 2024 and then being able to win every single one of the stages up until then. So 2025, if anything, is maybe, dare I say, a little short of expectations.
Yeah, this is a team that has not missed one champ ever, and also this is the team that won the first champ ever in Berlin, and the fact that they're right now so close to not even making it to the champs is a little worrying, but I think that's where the experience of Petra, the experience of Mimi, and the experience of also Vanya and Amy in their roles comes into play.
Yeah, and the winning formula has worked before, so it's a matter of can they replicate that success this time around on the final stage here at Game Changers. But what's also important to highlight is just the pressure in general that is on this roster, because with such a legacy, you have to continuously keep proving yourself, which is very difficult to do in esports. But on top of that, you have this little roster change. But enough from us in terms of speculation about the pressure, because we had Petra herself join us to give us a bit more of an insight of the workings of G2 Gosen for this stage. Petra, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game today. First of all, welcome back, by the way. How excited are you?
I'm very excited. I missed one stage, so I was very, very happy I could play this stage again.
Well, it's lovely to see you back. Also, considering that you missed last stage, you're now back. This is also kind of your first time, I guess, in that sense, working with Drew as a coach.
Yeah.
From your personal experience, how has that been so far?
Very good. I feel like this is the coach who taught me the most so far, and yeah, I really enjoy working with him. It's easy.
Okay, that's a lot of praise, which is good, because you guys have also quite a little bit of pressure on the roster for making champs specifically. Is that something that you feel when you are approaching these games day by day?
Yeah, I definitely think we have been feeling this, and it was also noticeable. And now I think we kind of overcoming it a little bit slowly, and we're taking it day by day. And I think we're all very confident right now because we're at boot camp and everything feels good and the practice has been going well. So yeah, we just needed this to play our game.
So coming back to kind of the topic of overcoming it and feeling that confidence again in yourself as an individual, but also in the roster, what would you say has been the main ingredient to finding that confidence? Is it the time that's been passed on? Is it just the fact that you're all together in person at the boot camp?
Yeah, I think the boot camp definitely. It's to be able to see each other, to see each other's emotions. It's easy to talk about your feelings face to face, and yeah, I think being together gives just a very good atmosphere, and yeah, it's better.
So it just sounds like, you know, the vibes are vibing, which is a good thing to have, of course, when you're playing a team game. When it comes to the general dynamic in the team as well, with obviously the addition back of yourself and being all in person too, how has that been? What's that looking like?
Pretty good. I felt like as soon as I came back, it was back to normal. I felt like the players are stronger than before. The individual level is higher, and now we just need to show that we can have the team level as high as possible too, higher than before. I feel like it's higher. Definitely in practice we've been beating very good teams. We just need to show it in officials now.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of showing up on the day. And today is game day. So when it comes to the philosophy, when it comes to being able to show off what you've done in scrims on the server, what will be your main approach today?
That's a good question. I think we will just focus on our own game plan and on the stuff we know. And if we need to adapt, we will adapt. But we're gonna start off with our own game and not trying to be a step behind. So yeah.
Okay. That sounds really great. I'm looking forward to it on the server. Thank you so much, and
Thank
good luck
you.
with your game today.
Thank you so much.
Something you touched upon, Inami, earlier was saying that if you were a G2 fan right now, you'd be pretty confident and pretty happy. And from what we're hearing from Petra specifically as to how the dynamics have been working, how they've been approaching this game, specifically the preparation, I'm pretty confident too.
Yeah, and another thing also that you mentioned and they mentioned as well is the boot camp. I think this has been an insane buff for G2 overall. They've always counted on being together to have the similar energy and the positive energy, and them being back to the boot camp is definitely positive.
They do, however, have their work cut out for them because they're going up against SK. And Billy, when we're looking at SK, this is a team that has been pretty much doing quite well and staying quite consistent throughout the entirety of this year.
Yeah, and they're a roster that haven't made any changes coming into this stage. Of course, they had the addition of Liza in stage 2, which proved out to be amazing for them. I feel like they've had such steady progression throughout the year, being able to go up in the ranks each stage. I think for this stage, they're going to be looking for that top 2 finish this time round and hopefully being able to guarantee themselves GCC.
That is quite the feat. And of course, I mean, if a roster like SK, as you touched upon already, has had that opportunity and ability to improve over the course of the year, why not this stage 2? A little bit difficult in terms of this being the knockout round, though, Inami, because if they do lose here, unfortunately, that does cut their journey short. And the same for G2. So in that sense, it's also a little spicy, I guess.
Yeah, it's so much pressure on all lineups, but I think this is where SK actually do great. They always do great under that much pressure. They've been in the knockout stage before. They were the team that knocked out G2 in the lower brackets as well. And right now, coming into every tournament with like improvements, I think that they can, like, I believe in them. I believe they can make it again.
Okay, it's great to hear that, you know, there's hope for every single one of these rosters, which hopefully means that the games today are going to be pretty close. But before we dive further into that, there are individuals as well on the roster that we wanted to highlight, specifically starting things off with Purity being that spearhead when it comes to a lot of the success that the roster has been finding as a whole, and how they're going to be matching up against none other than Mimi herself.
Yeah, and it's like no shade to Mimi at all looking at these stats, because of course this is like the first time that Mimi has ever played Yoru in her professional career, and she's doing what she can on that agent. But Purity has really leaned into that Yoru, right? She's playing it on every single map. I think the clear thing for me is that SK have actually leaned into what their identity is and their composition now by having that double duelist across every single map and having Purity being able to pop off on that Yoru.
And I think the stats also highlights 2 different play styles of the Euro, because Mimi is here to set up Akita every single time, while Purity is here to op sometimes to be able to take all these kills, first kills per round every single time, and be able to give the advantage to a team. So it's definitely 2 different play styles, but also 2 different changes into the play style of the teams in general.
It's really impressive as well to just see in general that there is one agent that teams can implement differently based on their philosophies and their approach to the game as a whole. And it further just highlights to me personally the uniqueness, but also the talent that we have here in Game Changers EMEA, and how players are just so incredibly flexible. We'll be looking out for the Yoru, but that's not the only players that we wanted to touch upon. Liza as well has had a formidable stage.
Yeah, she's moved from being a sentry before, from playing different roles, to being the main initiator for in this stage 3. She's been a phenomenal player, and one of the stats that doesn't show here that I also wanted to highlight is her clutch potential. She has 33% in the clutch potential. She's able to always clutch, and she's the element that was added to SK that was able to unlock for them the top 3.
I think for me, what's crazy about Liza is that we've always traditionally known her as a Sentinel, even in stage 1 of this year when she was playing with Lunar, and she's had to learn a new role coming into this team, being on that initiator, and she's proven time and time again how natural it looks for her, right? Her teammates have commended her on her confidence in being able to take those fights, get those trades as well, which is really all you can ask for from your initiator.
Yeah, the things from the side of SK as well, as we already touched upon a little bit, is just that even though there has been a role change, the roster change hasn't been there. So maybe that is like a bit of a leg up when you're looking at all the other things that are happening throughout the competition. But whether or not the teams agree with that, we actually had the lovely Jade sit down with us ahead of the game to give us more insight into that as well. Jade, welcome. This is such an important game for you guys today against G2 Gozen. There is a lot of different things to unpack, and I would really like to start off specifically with the role changes. We're seeing you more on smokes, Purity more on that secondary duelist. Could you potentially give us a little bit more insight as to why and how these changes came to be?
I mean, it's not as complicated as you think. Basically, Purity is goated, so she wanted to play more duelist. We say, okay. Double duelist is a really good meta, and I don't care what I play, so I learned some more smokes, whatever, you know, let's go. It's fine for me.
Hey, it's working. You guys are all doing great. So obviously, you know, it's a great system moving forward. Either way, today's game, obviously there is not going to be a lower bracket, which adds a lot of pressure onto it as well. Specifically as, of course, Game Changers Championship is always going to be that end goal. You guys have had some pretty good placements and have collected quite a few circuit points. But when it comes to today's game, do you feel extra pressure because of that?
I mean, no, we're not favorites to go to champions, so we're here to chill, we're here to play, we're here to cause some waves, you know, cause some drama, cause some panic, you know. And you know what, if it doesn't happen, no one's gonna care. I'm sorry, but it's kind of true. So we're just gonna go and we're just gonna play. You know what, we're playing for ourselves here, we're gonna show what we can do, and that's it.
Honestly, I love that mindset of playing for ourselves and we're just going to take it game by game. I feel like that, if anything, is probably the most traveled roads to success that we're seeing with rosters. So speaking of rosters, though, specifically, when it comes to SK, there hasn't been a change since Liza has joined back in Stage 2. Do you feel like that maybe gives you guys an advantage? Because over at the G2 camp, there has been a lot of back and forth this year, you know?
Yeah, I mean, nobody knows what they're up to be honest. But yeah, no, I mean, we're happy, we're confident in our roster. I mean, it's good. You know, we have a good balance. We have aggressive players, passive players, clutchers, blah blah blah. I think I do good as an IGL. I think they like me as IGL, and yeah, nothing more that needs to be changed.
It sounds like we're in for a great game, especially from your side of things. When it comes to, however, the game changers in general and just the goals that you have for yourself as an individual heading into this match, what are you going to be focusing on?
I mean, I need to think of like a good broadcast way to say this, but yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go and we're just gonna go and we're gonna put everything on the server, right? We're not gonna care about anything. We just need to show confidence. We need to be ourselves and need to make plays 100%. The team that wins this game is the team who's more individually on it, you know, who doesn't collapse under the pressure. You fight, you don't run away, you know, all of this, and that's what we're focusing on. That's what I'm focusing on too, you know. I'm not playing chess today, yeah. I'm playing VALORANT. It doesn't matter if I'm an IGL or whatever. We're just gonna go shoot them. Swear to God.
Yeah, that actually is such a great speech when it comes to motivation side of things. So I am hyped up and looking forward to this game. Thank you so much. Good luck on the server today, Jade, and we'll see you around.
Thank you.
Not playing chess today, we're playing VALORANT. That sounds about right. But before we get to play some VALORANT, Billy, we have to do a little bit of a map veto because this is going to be a best of 3. And with that, these teams can potentially set themselves up for success as much as they can in the map veto phase.
Yeah, exactly. And we have to remind everyone again, since we haven't enough already, this is a knockout round, okay? So whoever wins this is most likely setting themselves up to go to GCC, and whoever loses actually probably doesn't make it, which is crazy when we think about the year that these teams have had. But looking at this map veto, you're right, Jenny, they really need to be able to set their first foot forward. So I'm intrigued to see what the teams come in with today.
Yeah, I think as well, when we're looking at the changes that we see specifically from the side of G2, Inami, when it comes to the roster, I'm wondering whether or not this is going to impact their map pool specifically.
I'm not sure it will impact the map pool as much as yeah, like I wanted to speak mostly about the Haven. It's been the only map that G2 looked a little weaker in, and I'm not surprised that it's the instant ban as well, since it's a map that SK excelled in, and it's almost the only map they have a positive win rate on. So I'm not that surprised about this ban, and also we're seeing Sunset coming in. I want to bring some history here, because last time when SK knocks out the G2, it was in this map, in the Sunset, and that was the deciders that gave them the edge.
Yeah, I think as well, SK deciding to ban out Abyss is kind of strange, because they've been scarred of playing that map ever since G2 beat them on it in the group stage, and they obviously haven't really touched it since. But yeah, Sunset being that first map, of course, as you said, Inami, being that decider the last time SK did knock G2 out, is kind of an exciting way for us to kick things off. It's a map that G2 have been floating and leaving as their kind of second ban, and SK have only played it once, so maybe they're hoping to bring back those horrible memories of them being knocked out on it previously. And then QAD as well being the second one, that's no surprise for G2. It's been a dominant map for them throughout this stage.
Yeah, which is not necessarily the case for SK when we're looking at their QAD match history. It is currently at 1 win and 3 losses specifically for this stage, so I would be a little bit worried, but that does leave up nicely for the decider. But to get to the decider, we even have to start things off with Sunset, and with Agent Select ready, we are mere seconds away from starting the game.
And we're in the Euros.
On you go, Inami, on you go.
Oh no, I'm just super excited to having again the Euros and the Waylay coming in from Jolina. She's been phenomenal on this Agent and phenomenal overall as a duelist since her role swap. So super excited to see what they will bring against G2, especially since we didn't see what G2 have been hiding on this map.
Yeah, of course, G2 hadn't played this map, but I like that they're still leaning into that double duelist ideology that they've kind of implemented with Mimi on that Yoru as well. I'm intrigued to see if that does affect her calling and how it does, especially when Jade is throwing out lines such as, we're not playing chess today, we're just playing Valorant.
Yeah, well, Valorant indeed is what we're playing today, and it is also going to mark the first map for the first step of Road to Championship, but it finds in Istanbul as well on the line. A lot of pressures onto both of these rosters, but first things first, we're going to be heading over to Sunset with our casters for today, Ash and Joyke.
Thank you, Jeannie. And yes, we are starting off with a banger of a map, taking a trip down memory lane. I'm Joyke, and I'm being joined by Ash. How are you doing today, Ash?
I'm great. I'm excited. It's been a while since we've had these knockout rounds here on Game Changers EMEA as well. And I feel like it's so crazy to see teams like G2, like SK Nebula in this elimination situation right out of the gates on playoffs. And you know what? The veto is pretty interesting too. I think we were talking a little bit about that QAD pick, the fact that for the side of SK Nebula, the results haven't quite been there, but the last time that they did play on it ended up being that win. So we'll see how that goes for them. But heading on to Sunset first here, we do have a change in the composition that we're seeing out from SK Nebula as well. You've got a Jolina slotting into that Waylay. You've got, instead of the Neon that we had seen from them previously.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen Jolina being quite explosive on the Neon, so I'm really curious to see what she's going to bring with the Waylay on Sunset here. Okay. Immediately looking for some mid control here. But they haven't gathered any information so far, alright? The wall actually goes up, and that will be first blood for Akita. A nice little play here. Amy and Akita to open up the round. Oh, but we're not done yet. SK comes swinging back, and they take them both out in the sides. That leaves A side completely open. But so far, SK just taking their time, testing the water still.
They're just looking to see what information they can gather here as well, right? You can see how SK went and pushed up over towards A link into top mid before getting that spike initiated with the wall having to be broken here. I love this double up over towards the A link side.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to walk straight into it. It's going to be a bloodbath to start up, but it will be Mimi. Last one standing here versus Devilasha. She will lock that one in. SK with the pistol round.
I like that proactivity, the fact that we see that even after that initial fight, expecting that site to be free, they take a little bit of that pause, see if they can catch G2 on that rotation, and it gives them enough time to set up properly for that flank that was incoming there as well, and then for Devilasha to immediately go for that, so not allow me to get that opportunity to get that flash through and take a little bit more favorable fight for herself was really well played here by SK.
Absolutely a good read from SK there. Now let's see what they've got in plan. Again, looking for that mid aggression. But now shots being traded back and forth. Lisa though shows a big locked in 2 for herself. So rotation comes through here. Again, it looks to be A here, Ash.
Gun here.
Yeah, and it should be relatively comfortable, right? Able to pick up a couple weapons. I think Vanya picked up the Stinger there for that flank as well. Breaks the trip and looks to regroup alongside Amy into this retake. But realistically, I think for G2, this is a team that also loves to play those exits, right? Try and make that upcoming bonus round as weak as possible there for SK.
Yeah, absolutely. Amy has been spotted, gets tagged up here. Doesn't have the heal available to herself at the moment. Now the question is, are they just gonna try to take some guns out of the hands of QAD? Oh, actually, almost thought they would go unspotted, but not this time. So no exit frags there for them.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are
Overall,
other
clean
ways.
start here for the side of SK Nebula. I think what's going to be interesting is also just trying to look to dissect how G2 are trying to approach this map as well, right? It's been a long time since we've actually seen them on Sunset, going all the way back towards stage 2, and it was a very different composition that they're running here as well, right? I feel like the stage is not something that we often get to see Amy on either, where she typically gets the opportunity to play like a little bit more for herself and whatnot, but with the stage has to lean a little bit more into that supportive role due to trying to get maximum value out of her utility.
Yeah, oh, and she's about to... Okay, walls off the side. And decides to back off immediately here. As you were saying with Amy, like, we normally do see her on this more, like, solo playing Sentinels, but with the Sage, I mean, you could do some pretty cool plays on a map like this with the wall, as we saw before, where they just boot Akita up and get that first blood. Now, wall's been broken, drone going out. Paranoia flies out alongside it. Not a lot of information found though, because G2, they are still hanging back.
Yeah, more than happy to play the retake here, right? Feeling confident with the amount of utility that they'll have to on that re-entry, with Petra having a full kit available. One flash there for Mimi as well.
Bring them down.
Yeah, Prowler's gonna spot out the corner here. Security though, being guarded by Jade. Oh, they need to play the time here. They're looking for the kills, but it will be Purity. Taking 3, Devil Asher to follow. SK, they get their third on the board.
That's definitely got to be tough here for G2. I mean, it's such an important round to be able to win that anti-eco up against the bonus, but the crossfire is being held by SK really well done, constantly being able to play off of each other now. G2 onto the back foot. We've got SK Nebula shifting back over towards this A site that we saw them hit for the first 2 rounds of this half. See the little bit of that proactivity coming out from G2 as we've got the double up over in elbow playing in that smoke.
Yeah, let's see how they're gonna do with it. Oh, Jade and Jolina actually making a very aggressive entrance will pay off for them. But Jolina ends up very low off the back of this, and they're up against a Sheriff for Akita still here. And if you're low, that can put a serious dent in your team. Let's see. Plant will be hurt. They're pushing out of the smoke, and Akita will be punished alongside Mimi. SK, they're not giving an inch.
No, they aren't. Looking like a flawless round that's about to occur here for SK Nebula. And that it will be a 4-0 start for SK, looking strong in this rematch up against G2. It's honestly, like, pretty interesting. I think the play that they went for in elbow, they were going for like this kind of like off-center smoke to be able to tuck in it and try and hide from that dart that Liza's usually putting out over towards elbow and avoid getting scanned, but unfortunately just weren't able to do enough damage with the classics alone. Now shifting again back over towards this B site. You've got that stack over at A this time around from G2 trying to read into it. It looks like another retake protocol here from G2 over at B.
Yeah, the dimensional drift and purity just to gather information. Oh, Paranoia comes flying by. The entry from Akita will be punished right away, but Mimi finds her first here with the operator. Vanya still standing on the site. Rayleigh now also trying to ult in. Vanya finds another though. Still standing also is Jade. Last woman standing. But will be shut down in the end. And G2, they find her first.
An important round win there for G2 as well, so that SK can't continue to cement this lead that they started very early on. You've got the ultimate economy also now cycled up here for G2 after a couple of rounds. You've got the dimensional drift coming in, resurrection there as well. And it'll be the same defensive default that we saw the last time around with the triple stack over towards this A site. And now after the conditioning that SK has done for the last 5 rounds in a row, they're going to split into a default of their own. Looks like a little bit more of like a fake situation, maybe double back over towards that B side, but instead Liza's actually going to look to join them.
Yeah, she is. Purity actually also gaining a lot of space. The wall.
Can you walk through that?
I was just thinking that. I was just thinking, can she fit through that? But I actually don't think so. Just waiting it out. Haunt will not spot anything so far. 3 players over here towards A from G2. Now, Mimi making their way through mid. It's being watched by Davalasha, but she gets the better of her.
It's so huge to be able to get that pick on Davalasha as well, because now SK are either going to be forced to re-clear towards mid or try and funnel over towards this A side. But look how comfortably stacked G2 are right now, especially Dimensional Drift invested into this round for that scouting.
Yeah, a lot of information gathered here from Mimi as well. G2 show their fangs. Pick up so many kills. The day's onto Jade. And again, she's the last one standing here. An impossible mountain to climb. She's stuck in elbow. Tries to gather info, but will be shut down by Petra. And it will be G2. They can another round.
It took them a couple rounds, I think, to get adjusted to the game plan that was coming out on the side of SK. And now comfortably starting to read. You can see the adjustments and the calling being made there from Mimi, and then also Amy, of course, helping out with that mid-rounding as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the adaptation here from G2, also opting a bit more for that mid presence from Mimi. That really paid off for them in this round. But now let's see where SK decide to take it this time.
A little bit more proactive with information that round out from G2. Allows them to take all of that A main control in that space while SK go to explore towards mid. He's setting up for a little bit of a crossfire here on both sides from G2 as well. The Prowler to get that information that G2 were looking for.
Might just miss each other here in the cross. Paranoia is good. Nightfall to follow. Akita is there though to cover from behind. Vanya gets 1, gets 2. Will in the end be shut down as well.
One enemy remaining.
And G2, a clean round coming out from them.
It's a great call off the information that they had. They read into how SK were looking to speed up over towards market, and it was a very fast pinch off the back of the Nightfall that Petra pulls out to be able to ensure that SK aren't able to escape and they're able to get those trades that are necessary. And you keep in mind, this map initially started out as a 4-0 start there for SK. G2 have been steadily clawing their way back.
Yeah, they have. They've really put a dent in the economy here now as well. We do see still also the operator in the hands of Mimi. Now Jolina looking to make a very aggressive entrance just to try and gather a little bit of information. Just as a stinger though, Mimi finds her first. Jade's moving around the back here. You already with Sheriff. Looking.
Time to
Go forward a little bit. We do still see Akita and Lisa are just on the other side of each other here. But Mimi is already set up with the operator. Doesn't connect the shot though.
Yeah, huge wide swing coming out from Jolina to narrowly miss that. Thing is, it's a little hard to get also proactive on this eco. That's why you see Purity trying to go for one of those picks. And the flank incoming here from Akita. This round's just about done here for SK.
Yeah, I would say so. They're just trying to maybe get a few guns out of the hands of G2, but it's not going to happen. G2, they found their footing. And as you said, this round is done and dusted.
But what an adjustment coming out from G2. A flawless round to tie them up 4-4 after a very strong start out of SK Nebula. I think what was working out really well for them previously were a lot of those 4-1 splits. The last couple of rounds heading into the defaults that we've seen from SK. G2 has called well up against it, trying to find some of those holes. Now the timeout to be called here. I'm going to assume it's on the SK Nebula side. And yeah, as it pops up on your screens, we'll get that confirmation. No surprise, because they've let that lead slip away here, right? And for SK Nebula, they want to be able to stop this momentum on the side of G2 as early as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing with G2, right? You give them a finger, it'll take your hand. And SK started off so strong. So the adjustments from G2 have really made the difference. Now the thing is, how is SK going to readjust? Because we saw them try for that early presence in tiles again and didn't work out for them, Ash. So are we just going to have to opt for a B plant? Like, what is the strategy here?
I think right now, G2 have been doing a good job of getting some of that early information and then making the call to commit to that pivot as well, leaving usually Amy maybe as like the late lurker if they have to shift over towards that B side. And then if it's one of those A hits, the flank is just so fast. And that's also what provides G2 with the information that it's not like a fake coming out from SK or anything like that. Right now, again, sticking with this 1-3-1 default, focusing towards mid. Akita walking all the way out and still somehow being able to survive.
Somehow she gets to live there.
It's a great fast lane to be able to cover up her tracks, to duck back into market, get that door closed a little bit later too, but Mimi unfortunately exposed to too many angles. The operator now down. A bit of a slower round here for SK to see what G2 are willing to give them in this push and pull for and fight for control of space here from the defenders.
Yeah, so far we just see Vanya up on B. The rest of the players all on mid, and actually Purity might have a fantastic read here on them, but she will be spotted. Petra just finds her, shuts her down, gives Amy the opportunity to revive here. G2, they recover the operator, and they have an extra woman to play with here as Jolina trying to do a little bit of damage here. Pushed up very far, trying to punish Akita, but she will get the entry here. Picks up a second, Amy to follow. Lisa is good for one, but will be shut down. It's another round for G2.
Great protocoling coming out from G2. I think the spacing there that we saw, Akita definitely using hit to its fullest ability with that Neon, trying to go for that extra wide swing, and then you've got the rest of the cavalry swinging just afterwards to ensure that trade does go down and that they find as much of an advantage as possible. And again, it's all of that proactivity, that information gathering here for G2, but a great way to also play very diligently into that retake, ensuring they can get that resurrection online as we head into this next round. This mid control hasn't really been panning out in the favor of SK. Maybe nets them a win, but not quite having the comfort of control over those mains a little bit later into the round, trying to draw a bit more utility out from G2 by poking a little more at these extremities.
Yeah, and it looks like that is just what they are doing. We see Jade trying to gather a little bit of information towards A main here, but we'll be rotating towards B now. Vanya picks up one for trouble. Akita gets one to boot as well, but now SK, they've made their presence known here on A side. Mimi with the operator finds one, trying to find a second, but Liza is ready, has the shot for Mimi. Akita's low, has to be careful. The plant will be confirmed here by Lisa. Jade with a nice back shadow step, picks up the second here. Amy just standing in the back, doesn't have to heal for herself. She will be all on her lonesome here.
Oh, I like this positioning here as well. Amy did hear the TP on top of the box, but the drone to give that information, delay a little bit for this high-low.
Now let's see how they play it. It's still Amy though. She picks up Lisa. Jade has to go back, but not quite. She will find her in the defuse, and SK, they tie up the score.
There was a world though. Like you cannot doubt Amy in those situations.
God, yeah.
Like she is so cold with being able to find those moments to be able to isolate those 1v1s, but really well played there for Jade to be able to cement this round. I think an important one there as well here for SK. But overall, yeah.
Yeah, but like that shot on Lisa, like that, she must have seemed like what, a pixel? Knocks her out. Speaking of cold, by the way, that was a crisp shot.
Who's next?
All right, big stack towards A side now. Dimensional Drift gets invested here to gather information.
Here.
Oh, okay. It was a nice try here, but Vanya, she was ready. Kita will be attacked here by the paranoia as Vanya again finds another kill this round.
Dude, I actually missed seeing her on the Omen so much. Like, that is Vanya's signature agent, in my opinion. And yeah, we saw those role issues that G2 were dealing with in the previous stage, having things swap around. There have been other role changes, like Mimi slotting onto that Yoru here and continuing to be that incredible flex player that she is. But Vanya, even though she can frag out on any agent, definitely feels the most at home on that controller.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more here. If I think of Vanya, I think of Omen, and I mean, we can all see why. I think Lisa was spotted here by Vanya, but gets to live.
That's such a good smoke to go out there as well. Like, just such a heads-up play from Vanya to provide that cover so Liza can't watch that cross as they isolate the Spike player. Now, with that Resurrection back up again here, it's going to be that 1v4 for Liza. No time on the clock. She's just trying to save this Vandal.
10 seconds left.
Oh no. She is so incredibly stuck. I really hope she gets to carry it over. Looks like she will. Just... Oh no! She gets one kill, but will be shut down in the end, and she didn't get to carry it over. Anyway. Yeah, it was a nice try though from Purity. You have to give credit for the creativity on the play there with the Dimensional Drift to try and appear behind Vanya there. But I mean, like we said, Vanya is she's a dangerous player already, and now she's on the Omen. Yeah, towards the top of the scoreboard as usual.
I must wait a moment.
No surprise in that regard. She's definitely been a leader in that ACS, or in the ACS and in ADR as well, so has been such a good player overall, but a very fast pivot over towards market here on this half buy coming out from SK.
Okay, actually find Amy here. Good opener, they do find another one here. The Stinger is dangerous up close and personal. Plan to be confirmed here on that B side. SK picking them apart one by one. Petra, the last one, she spots the head, but it will be a Thrifty coming through here for SK.
A huge round for them to be able to tie things up. 6-6 here for SK. In that final round, they had to scrape together some sort of buy alongside the lack of money that they had there.
Switching sides.
All right. I mean, it's like we said, the last time these two teams faced off against each other on this map, we saw them in such a close score. SK took it 13-11, which, I mean, that's very, very close, right? Close to pulling it to overtime, but still a win. And now 6-6 in the swap. I mean, they're giving us a very competitive round.
Yeah, and we're going to take a quick break for our halftime here, and we'll be right back with the next one.
Bull gives you wings.
Yes, so we are back here after our halftime break, and G2, they're giving us, G2 and SK actually, they're both giving us an incredibly competitive game so far, on the 6-6 on the halftime. As I mentioned before, 13-11 was the score last time that they faced off against each other on this map. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we're taking a trip down memory lane here, Ash.
Go, go, go. We'll have to see what exactly is going to be in store here for the rest of Sunset. It has been quite the nail biter, a great paranoia, but a perfect relay bolt here to answer here from the side of G2. The firefight, though, for Jolina. 3K to pick up and a flawless round cleaned up here by SK. That's the second pistol of this matchup so far into their hands.
Yeah, SK very prepared to take this pistol once again. Looks like this time G2 they're opting for a full stack towards A.
Yeah, I mean, right now they have, you know, just classics in hand, right? So for G2, it's about trying to play that numbers advantage as much as possible, anticipating perhaps some more aggression coming out from SK, trying to re-clear this space over at A after the smoke does go down while Mimi shows a little bit of presence over at B. Maybe a little bit of a situation where you're trying to get that fake out, try and draw some of that attention before they go for this hit.
Oh, and a hit they will find. Jade, caught by surprise here, will fall.
Gun here.
And into elbow, all of the players of G2 go. Oh, they might be caught off guard here by Mimi.
I like the smoke, though. It puts a little bit of that additional pressure.
Jolina finds two, but the Marshall will be shot down in the end, though. So Mimi is still hovering towards the back of the site here. Will be rotated on by Purity. Oh, soon I was going to say, but Purity doesn't check her and will go down.
Here.
Spectre now in the hands of her and lines him up and shuts him down. G2 to tie up the scoreline once more.
It's just been such a neck and neck performance from these two teams. The idea there from that smoke to provide that ability to cross and provide a little bit more of that pressure on the side of G2, but a great response as well, despite the fact that Jolina is able to get that 2K over an elbow, right? Their ability to just like pivot that round was just so well done for the Thrifty here on the side of G2. Now, instead, SK is going to be the ones stacking over towards that A site, getting proactive with the space that they're looking to take here as well. They can hear some of those shots being fired over at mid.
Camera taken out.
It's going to require one to be pulled back in Jade to be able to ensure that that crossover towards top mid just isn't happening right under their noses.
Fake teleport.
Yeah.
Bye.
So far, not a lot of information to gather here as G2 slowly making their way over through B Ming. Just have a last shot here. Classic in hand, can't do too much. Spots the neon, tries to back off. Tagged hard though. Will fall as that will be marked now. Walled off. G2 fully cementing onto that B side as we see SK trying to play the catch-up game here.
Trying to do maybe as much damage as possible. Overall, right now, SK Nebula are really looking to just keep G2 contained. All these lanes of exit being held down here by
Purity.
SK.
Purity, actually, big one there as she shuts down Mimi once again on her counter Yoru. But the gun difference, it's hitting them hard here. With the classic though, they still put a little bit of a dent in them. 2 kills. But the gun difference just a little bit too big. G2 will find another round here.
Next round is the one that we've got our eyes on, though, right? SK got that full buy coming in. You've got Jolina on that operator here as well, with Convergent Pass cycled up on the side of SK Nebula, too. Curious to see which lane we're going to be seeing Jolina taking control of with some of that forward positioning on the Waylay. How they're going to look to set her up on that line as well. It's actually going to be early mid peak is what it looks
Yeah.
like here from Jolina to start things off. A little bit of pressure to be placed over towards that A site before the reclear, but they don't know that she's watching this angle until the
Well, they do
information is
now.
given here by Mimi.
Exactly, they do now. Deflash though. Might have a nice read here. Finds Amy. But Jolina there to answer. Finds Mimi as well. Again. Jolina. Oh my god, left to hang on to the back of the side here. Doesn't want to lose this operator not so early on. Is Vanya just trying to push onto her here. And will find her through the smoke. They do see where the Prowler was headed. That's the operator down here for SK.
Spike planted.
Just 2 members left standing.
Last player standing.
And Jade and Lisa, they gotta make a miracle happen. Correct me, it's just Jade left now.
Yeah, 1v3, this should be just about impossible for her to win.
It is. I mean, they know where she's coming from. They know she's here. She's just trying to isolate them out. Will not get that opportunity as G2. They lock in another round.
I think what goes so well for G2 here as well is the fact that even though SK are able to get that initial first blood, you've got these great pinches coming in from G2. Again, that spacing is always so good. So they're always guaranteeing that even if someone does go down, there is that trade coming in. And it's that proactivity on top of that, just putting a little bit more pressure on one of those lanes that SK are looking to retake from. So it gets really uncomfortable. Oh, another Game Changer Sheriff round to come in here on the side of SK Nebula. Again, going for this A control. This is something that they've continuously done on these thrifties. So something to keep our eyes out for here on the side of SK. Instead, we're looking to give it up and continue to play that kind of mob mentality. Everyone ensuring that they're sticking together, able to get those trades and play that numbers advantage if they do end up being swung here.
Yeah, I mean, the timing is almost too good to be true here as the 3-man of SK rotate over here towards that B side and the rest of G2 rotates over to A. They're completely missing each other and A side has been left completely open. And G2, they've got time.
They do have plenty of time here. The thing is, for SK, it's that gamble stock, right? Once this spike gets planted, they'll move as that group over towards A, and the question will be whether or not they're actually going to try and go for this round or not. I think if SK do manage to get a pick or two early into the retake, it's something that would definitely be winnable. They could commit to as long as they don't lose too many in the process. Otherwise, it'll just be a situation where you're trying to avoid allowing G2 from cycling up further into some of those ultimates and taking some of those guns away.
Yeah, it's like you said, you have to try to play the numbers game, but Jolina immediately will be shut down. Devlasha picks up 1, but yeah, that numbers game. Purity though, almost looking like she doesn't need the numbers as Lisa gets 1 more. And now it's just a 1v1 with the knives. It will be the knife kill, but not the defuse. And that means G2 still get this round, but SK are giving us a showing for it.
I mean, aside from getting that defuse, there's no better round that SK, I think, could have really asked for if their goal was to try and take these guns out of the hands and pressure the economy. Sure, G2, they've gotten a decent bit at the very least. I'm just glad that at the end of that, we see both players respecting the knife fight that ends up going down here. But a second timeout now to be called from SK Nebula. They no longer have any more timeouts to work with unless we end up going to overtime. So it'll be in G2's hands after this to call any timeouts of their own, which would also benefit SK. So this is definitely tough here for SK. I'm curious to see what's going on in that conversation right now, especially after winning out that pistol round and G2 finding 4 rounds in a row for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. You win out the pistol and then this is what happens. Honestly, love to be a fly on the wall in these talks, but honestly, Ash, I think that they shouldn't be too disappointed with how this last how this last round played out. They were just a little short on time, but otherwise, as you said, just could not have gone any better for them.
The timeout's not for the last round, though. Like, it's that conversation about what's been going wrong the last, like, 4 rounds total, and trying to figure out where they can find that success, because right now G2 are very comfortable in a lot of these firefights. They're constantly getting those trades that we were talking about there as well, able to actually tuck away from that dart.
Yeah, and that means some nice opening kills here. The one on Akita completely caught unaware here. So do you see G2 now once again cycling players over towards mid? Probably going for that market entrance maybe. Oh, no. We get to rotate the long way around. Trip though will be taken out as well.
Need to put that pressure on SK, right? Right now it's a little bit awkward because G2 are aware of the fact that they don't have that information over towards A main or B main. They don't really know what the walk-up was, and with Petra actually scooting around the corner there, the timing is actually crazy with being able to miss out on seeing Jolina wrapping around. And look at how the positioning has like swapped for the attackers and defenders. Attacking side spawn fully explored here from SK. G2 have got to be aware of it, considering the positions themselves that they've been able to find.
Oh, the TP onto that A side. The plant goes down on B here.
Well, it's,
it's as you said. Oh, it's as you said. Actually, the timings have been really good. But Jolina finds the kill. Dimensional drift coming in here to gather information. This is a bit of a must-win here for SK.
Here.
Spot Amy and Boba, but not a lot else. Jolina's made her way here now as well. All of SK on site. It's just 2 players up in B main. No, sorry. In Boba, tucked back here. Last time, once again, not on SK's side. They need to make their move. Vanya, the last one standing. She will be shut down. And SK, the round they have to win, will be coming through.
Huge round win coming out after that timeout that was called here by SK. And it wasn't just a round that they had to win. They also wanted it to be clean with how their backs were up against the wall. Their money situation constantly dwindling without being able to find that success. And it's a massive one for SK Nebula to be able to pick up there, that proactivity finally paying off for those defenders, being able to find those early picks and taking Akita down is, I think, such a big part of that win condition because of how important Akita has been as that tip of the spear here for G2. Not just getting those picks, but her movement, her ability to make that entry, create that space for the rest of G2 to follow up. It changes their game plan a little bit more. You saw how they slowed down in that round. Now, SK, they're going for, once again,
Back in a flash.
very similar proactivity, just exploring a little bit deeper this time around with the Refract online here for Jolina.
Yeah, Jolina spots Vanya, doesn't connect any meaningful damage though. Looks like A side is where it's going to be for G2. Akita still in that mid, trying to find some control there. Will be rotating, joining up with the rest of the team here as it's just Jolina. The rest of SK just making their way now.
I like this contact play here from G2 previously. They've been pretty telegraphed. A great paranoia coming out from Jade.
Absolutely massive, but it will be G2 once again to take the upper hand here. The overdrive activated here. Akita looking to take some space onto this site.
30 seconds left. Last player
But there's
standing.
nobody there to pew pew, so, you know, Mimi finds one. Plant will be confirmed.
And Asha's probably going to look to save this weapon here unless she can get Vanya. But Vanya, I would imagine, would continue to stay tucked until that wall goes down towards backside. But I think the ideas are there for SK. Like, we saw the protocoling. They were looking to play off Jade's paranoia, try and crunch from both short and elbow. But the spacing hasn't been as consistent for SK as what we've seen from G2 so far on Sunset. Seems like their timings on the swings are maybe just a second off from each other and not quite able to capitalize maximum value out of the utility that they're investing in those fights.
Oh no.
You died last.
Yeah, that's not a gun for next round either. But yeah, you're right. It's SK has not been as smooth in finding their rotations here, and this paranoia just hit one person. Akita got the best out of that.
I also wonder if maybe like, I love hearing our interviews with Jade. She's talking about making sure the team is playing with confidence and whatnot. But in certain moments, it feels like maybe they're playing with a little bit too much confidence when they should be taking moments to be a little bit more diligent and take a little bit more care with how they're taking some of those fights instead of committing to a couple of those hero moments. Right off the barriers drop, though, we do have a 1-for-1 trade going off on both teams. For SK Nebula, you've got your controller player that is now down here as well.
They have to resurrect. Hunter Fury to answer it though. That Petra and Mimi, they will find a kill for themselves. We do see Jolina trying to push up, just has the Sheriff in hand. The shutdown as well.
And Vanya just being able to maintain this backside control here for G2. Liza's going to be able to get the drop on her now. 1v3 situation. G2 continue to commit. They will look to keep walking up, but Liza's not sure if anyone else has kind of crept through the cracks at all here either. Might even just be with that 45 HP in pocket, an opportunity to look for that save to keep that that Phantom heading into the next round. But overall, it's definitely tough. I think that was a little awkward of a round there for SK because of the buy that they had going into it. It wasn't super strong, and G2 have just been really good at replying, Joy, to a lot of like those set plays that we're seeing being called by SK. Having that head, like the brains and the intuition, sorry, to be able to make those right calls as far as how they want to respond in that moment, and great reactions here from the attackers.
Yeah, absolutely. G2 have been looking like a more, how can I say it, well-formed team here on attack compared to how they were looking on defense when they were earlier on, like still trying to find a bit of their grounds.
Yeah, they definitely look like a well-oiled machine together, that's for certain.
That was what I was looking for, thank you.
I mean, they're just working really well together and really working as a unit. I think you can see like the hype too. I love seeing like Petra back with the squad. Everything feels right in the world. All of those role issues solved here as well. But yeah, you're definitely right for SK. Since we've swapped sides, this was a 6-6 half. They've only been able to find 2 rounds total so far on defense. Otherwise, G2 has looked fully in control of setting the pace here on attack.
Yeah, exactly. And now we're looking at potentially the last round of this map already, Ash. And I'm looking at SK's buy, and I'm not a fan of what I see. Guardians, Bulldog even, security is trying to make some noise, but Akita is there to reply with the Outlaw. G2 just have that firepower with them. Lisa with the Phantom actually has the potential to pick up 1 kill here. But yeah, not much that she can do.
No, this is really worrisome, right? Last player standing, 13-8 here for G2, and this is on the map pick of SK Nebula. Don't forget, this is also the knockout round here, Joy. That's a lot of pressure now on SK. G2 feeling a bit more comfortable heading into Corrode, a map that they found a lot of success on previously. Meanwhile, it's a map where SK historically hadn't had the best results. They turned it around in the last match that they played, but it's a question of if it's going to be enough now with their backs up against the wall.
Yeah, it's like you say, the pressure is definitely on for SK. When we saw them playing Corrode versus G2 on the group stage, I wouldn't be too confident. The desk also mentioned it, but we will see.
I do want to give them that credit, though, for how the first half started here for SK Nebula. I think their protocoling there on the attacking side was really great. They were picking apart the defense of G2, but G2, once we swap sides, SK were struggling to find those answers. I think G2 were doing such a good job, and again, those fights, I just really want to see some of those protocols being tightened up as we head into our second map.
Found you. Attacker.
As we are about ready to see how SK is going to go up in Corrode against G2. But the pressure is on, so don't go anywhere as we will see you on the other side of this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. Cause I'm in control. Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Cause I'm in control. Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. Cause I'm in control. Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you.
G2 starting playoffs off hot with the first win under their belt, which also happened to be SK's map pick, Billy. Coming into this, the first 4 rounds, they were all in SK's favor, and I was like, okay, damn, this might actually go a little quick, but it did, just not that way.
Just not the way you expected at all. Yeah, I mean, you have to feel for SK, of course. They won both pistols and still somehow managed to lose their own map pick. And you're right in saying that. They got off to a really good start, being able to convert that bonus as well, having a 3-0 lead. And then they kind of started to build up a momentum, but then it just completely flips into G2's favour, who also managed to build up a bit of a momentum in that first half, which leads us to a 6-6 half. But then SK just really struggling on that defence, only being able to get those 2 rounds, which I guess we kind of expect when they're running a double duelist composition, but G2 also running a double duelist composition here.
Yeah, I think in general we kind of like expected maybe a little bit more Inami when it came to SK, considering this is, first of all, their map pick, which meant that they felt comfortable enough to be able to take G2 onto this. And secondly, we haven't actually seen G2 with this current iteration here in stage 3 play this map. So on our end, we had a couple of question marks, but it seems like it doesn't matter because G2 is maybe low-key so back.
Yeah, they're so back, and especially starting from round 5. That was actually insane, because even with the win of the pistol, even with all the momentum being on their side so early on, and this is a team that really relies on the momentum, but once they lost it, it was just so hard for them to come back from there, and it felt like SK weren't really having answers for this aggressivity. And also, like, honestly, I feel like I have to apologize to Mimi because I thought that she will be there, like trying to set up Akita, but no, she's open. She's like going for those kills, and phenomenal map from her, honestly.
Yeah, we also saw Mimi pull out the operator every now and then, but you know, glancing back to what you mentioned earlier, Billy, when it comes to the specific round where G2 was able to flip the script and just put the momentum back into their own hands was really round 5.
Oh yeah, 100% completely did. You actually see SK invest 2 ultimates into this round, being that Yoru ultimate, of course, that comes in, and then as well the Waylay ultimate to try and regain that backside space that they ended up losing. But it's just the fundamentals here that really kind of let SK down overall, like just not being able to clear Vanya there, for example. She gets a freebie. So yeah, it's really difficult for SK in those moments because it feels like it came down to individual mistakes, which ended up being a momentum shift for G2.
Yeah, and I think as well, what you're touching upon, these individual mistakes are something that we've seen prevailing throughout the entirety of this map. Even when there is a numbers advantage from the side of SK, it didn't feel like they were disciplined enough to just not peek it individually, which sometimes ended up costing them here and there. But next map is up. However, before we do head into it, we would like to kind of discuss a little bit this duelist role and how those are going to be playing out, because from the head-to-head that we're seeing how Akita went up against Jolina this time around, it very much was heavily favored for Akita.
And yeah, this also comes to how heavily her team was also setting her up, her being like the 6-6 first half, it was 5 for them, but once she was on attack, she was able to always pick up all those kills and being able to just do so great. And the reason why we wanted to highlight her is also because moving to the next map, I think both of them will be on the Waylay, and I'm excited to see the Waylay one head-to-head between these two.
Yep. QAD, however, is up next, and this is G2's map pick, Billy. When we're looking at the map pick specifically, they have had a really good history on it this time around here in Stage 3. They're yet to lose it, and I am a little worried.
Yeah, SK would have to be the first ever team to defeat G2 on this map since it has come into the map pool. And I think when we glance back to the map veto, we do think, actually, was it always in favor of G2? When you see them just banning out that Haven, you know they kind of have free selection of anything else that they're able to play. Because if you're SK, what else were you realistically supposed to pick other than Sunset? And now that it's not gone in your favor, you really need to be able to pull it together going into this QAD. I know that they've had a couple of issues with what kind of composition that they want to play on it, and I like that you said the Waylay pick as well, Inami, from Julina. I really hope that they stick with that because it's an agent that she's looked so much better on.
Yeah, and I'd also like to touch upon a little further, Inami, when it comes to the map pool specifically from SK side of things, because it just feels like, especially this deep into the year, but also this deep into a stage when you are up for playoffs, when Game Changers Championship is on the line, the finals on LAN in Istanbul is on the line, there should be more than just a Haven and a Sunset at your disposal to be able to kind of put these teams, I guess, down or knock them out of the competition, considering it is an elimination.
Yeah, and this is a mistake that many teams have been facing through the stage. I think except G2 and KC, not many teams feel confident into trying a lot of maps or like just keeping more maps open. And the fact that SK have been picking heavily only Haven just gives the edge to G2 in this best of 3. And it being a knockout, it's super hard for them to just come back or like just figure out a veto that can give them any kind of advantage.
Yeah, I think if you're SK as well, you kind of struggle coming into this stage in general with the map pool updates. Of course, Icebox was another map that they were great on in Stage 2. I believe they were also undefeated on that one. So they've kind of had to adapt to the maps coming in. And to be honest, I was expecting a little bit more from their QAD. I'm hoping to see some adaptations on that map and hoping that they've been able to fix the errors that they once had, because of course this is a map that they have lost quite a few times. I think it's around 3 and only been able to win it the once. Yeah. So hopefully they've been able to iron out those mistakes.
In that sense, then, are we expecting any differences in their agent selects this time around? Because they do usually kind of like have the yours, I feel like at this point is standard, but yours already touched upon a little bit in terms of what changes maybe we can be expecting.
Yeah, I don't think we will be having changes. I'm so sorry, Billy.
No,
I don't think we will be having many changes coming into this because Vice has just been one of the best agents in the map. We know that they've been wanting to move to the double duelist, and I don't think there is any iteration better than maybe Yoru and the Waylay, so I don't see them really changing, except maybe the Initiator, but they have the best Sova in the tournament.
Yeah, I think when we're looking at SK, as I said, it's kind of an identity crisis that they've had a little bit on Corrode, where they don't really know what they want to run. They were running Jelena on the Raze previously, which I do think pairs up well with that Fade, but just get her on the Waylay, man. You've seen how Jelena was shooting on that first map. Just keep her there. She's been doing so well. I think it actually comes down to Devilassa on whether or not she's going to stick with this Vise or go back to the Cypher, and it is actually that Vise that she's going to play, which I believe is a really good agent for this map.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we're seeing anything too crazy in terms of the compositions here. Nothing really standing out. But for me, I just hope that this is enough for SK to be able to push this to the decider after the year that they've had. Because again, a reminder on the line here is not just the opportunity to continue playing in stage 3, because this is an elimination match. There is points for circuit. There is the LAN in Istanbul later this year. So this is do or die for SK. But can they push this to the decider on G2's map pick? I guess we're gonna have to wait and see, as we're gonna be heading over to our second map of the series with our casters, Ash and Joy K.
Yes, and it's do or die for SK. I am a little bit afraid, I'm not gonna lie, Ash.
It would be a totally different situation, right? Overall, I think I was also just muted for a second. So to repeat what I was just saying, I think that if SK weren't confident in their adjustments that they made to Corrode, it wouldn't have been able to like go through. This has been a very comfortable map here for G2, and heading into this mirror matchup, I think will be a true testament to the difference in skill on this map, the game plan and the approach that they're going to have heading into our second map. But it definitely is scary, because it's a question of if those adjustments will have been enough now to have this map go through in a knockout round.
Yeah, and that's exactly the question we're going to be seeing answered right before our eyes as we head into the pistol round. But it would be amazing, right, if we could see SK beating G2 here. They'd be the first team to beat them on this map, and they would knock them out of the, or potentially have another map to try and knock them out of the tournament here. Little jump from Vanya.
Be ideal for them. I think that you also have so much information that's being gathered here as well, right? That's being relayed by Devilassa. That's why you see that flank coming in so quickly here from SK to put that pressure on the backs of G2 as they look to hit A.
Yeah, Paranoia will connect there onto Purity. She will be able to dodge that one now. Jade's the first one to fall though. Purity has to turn her eyes there, but will be picking up 3 actually! Still standing! Now Devilassa there to finish off the deal. SK, it's another pistol round, but Ash, we've seen that before.
We definitely have. That's the third pistol round here this series for SK Nebula. They got both for themselves on Sunset, and it feels like their pistol protocols have always been so clean coming from Jade. I loved the way that they were looking to accelerate that flank that was incoming, all of the information that Devilassa was able to relay back to her team there as well, and now G2 aware of these map control plays that are coming out from SK, look to opt into that default, and with Purity going down early on, a huge first blood here for G2.
Yeah, exactly. Purity, a heavy hitter on the last round, but now let's see where G2 decide to take it. Looks like a rotation back here. Jolene actually has to read on them. Through that mid, but will be taking their time so far. Still good here for both teams. Oh, slowly but surely, G2 making their way here. Jade taking some chip damage here. Has the Bulldog in hand though.
Nice delay as well. I think G2 just trying to draw out some of that utility out from SK Nebula, and now going to revisit over towards that A side. The re-clear important for them as well, because they saw how SK looked to push out into that last round. The only player on SK is going to be Liza, not able to do any damage. In fact, taking so much of her own with 33 HP left on the docket. Now SK looking to play that retake.
has to back off there. Really unfortunate that Liza gets caught in the crosshair there, but the plant will be going down just about
planted
here for G2. It's as you say, they drew out all of the Vice utility there, both of the Thorns out, and Arthro still there, but Jadenois, nice placement here, but now up against Vanya. The 1v1 has the Bulldog, gets another, but will be shut down here by Vanya in the end. Mimi. Oh no! No, Mimi actually has it from behind. That will be G2.
And Mimi's always been
beautiful round.
such a smart player, right? That wrap back around coming from her, taking that timing, the IGL of G2, able to secure this eco round for them up against the anti-eco. And it's just like right under their noses as well, like full confidence. I'm not really certain why they didn't keep an eye out for Elbow, maybe just assuming that with where that plant spot was, that nobody would be hanging around. But a crazy way to convert that next round. Very reminiscent of that second half that we saw from Sunset.
Oh yeah, and that, like, if that's gonna tell us anything, then it's not looking great for SK, but Purity, good amount of damage here onto Mimi, actually. SK, they share the damage a little bit more, and Devil will shut down Amy, which is nice. So that's gonna be really good for them for the after plant if the device is not there. Akita taking her time pushing up here. Oh. Okay. They spot Lisa, shut her down. Petra gathering a little bit more information here. Oh. Nicely done here as well. Akita once again picking up the kills. Petra finds the plant.
Spike planted.
Gun here.
That stick into the corner there from Petra, that was really crisp. Now Jade able to pick up a Bulldog. Paranoia goes wide. Runs right into Petra though. Jolina gets one.
One enemy remaining.
But Petra in the end, she still gets the upper hand here. Now it's just Jolina left standing.
Slowing them down.
They're low, but are they low enough? And the answer is no. G2, they get to cement a little bit of a lead.
It's about what we expect, though, after they win out that eco round. They're going to have that weapons advantage going into round 3, and this is where we look towards SK Nebula to bring it back into their favor, try to tie things up with Jolina on that operator there as well. But I love how we also see, like, Petra's kind of just, like, jumping around. They know that that round is in their pocket, but I just love seeing Petra having fun, having a good time in the server again alongside G2, and really looking just so comfortable with the team. Has always been a GOAT on her role there too. Now we see a shift in the defensive setup here from SK. Vice, Devilasha shifting over towards this A site. He's able to really slow things down here. G2 don't know if they're anticipating it quite yet. They've heard the wall at this point.
Okay, Thorns go out.
Oh!
Lisa though finds the first, and now SK showing their fangs as they have shown up, but will be shut down here by Petra. SK just trying to gather where these last players are. Looking for the entry. Nice flash here actually. Will not be enough. Jadenois.
What?
As an operator, but will not hit that?
I think she stepped. There is like one small step that was made, so unfortunately we didn't have that 100% accuracy. Otherwise, yeah, we looked at the crosshair, looked like it should have landed. But in a 1v2, Jolina, she's got her full kit available here as well. I like this walk down, trying to take this timing and the double swing to come out on top here. G2 with 3-1 lead, and Petra owning with a 4K.
Yeah, big round here from Petra, as you said. It looked good here for SK as they find these big opening kills, but then as soon as that operator shot didn't connect, I was a bit afraid here.
No, it was really nicely played. I think it looked like the round was going to go in SK's favor. You had the crossfire set up, but the convergent paths was perfect coming out from Akita as well. Now, into this round, G2 back into this 2-2-1 split. And SK fighting hard for the pin control.
Yeah, a little bit of information gathered here with the dash from Akita. Spike is still safe and sound, but we do see SK are taking a more proactive stance here towards mid, tucked away in these corners.
They can hear that Vice utility just around the corner there over at B as well. You see them shifting across the map, and definitely a big pick to be taken with the Kita going down as the first kill late into this round here. SK, they have that numbers advantage, but keeping in mind the fact that they are on this eco round, looks like maybe there's some sort of like paranoia play that we might see coming out from Jade off the contact of Purity over towards this A site as G2 go for a very late mid re-clear, trying to crunch into this A site.
And the Nightfall is just gonna give them so much information here.
And they can't hear.
As they try to enter from the link, but now Mimi finds 1, 2, and that will be all.
And I think that was what was so nice about that play, right? Is you got that Nightfall on the side of SK. They can't hear a single thing. G2, they're still looking to like walk up as well. But the assumption was that the full flood was going to come through A main. So a really nice distraction tactic, if you will, here from the side of G2 for SK. It's going to be hard to try and find anything into this round.
One enemy remaining.
Mimi?
Jolina actually finds the upper hand there with the Sheriff. Again, though, she's so low. Not really a lot that she can do here on her lonesome.
Heading into the next round, though, we've got some of those ultimates cycling up. I think that idea from the last round as well was just really well done by G2 with how, again, they were using that Nightfall as that distraction. Now, SK Nebula calling a timeout for the first time into this map right ahead of round 6. No surprise, considering the fact that, again, very similar to what we saw on Sunset, right, Joy?
Absolutely. We're seeing G2 just running away with it, and I'm just looking at how these two teams performed the last time that they faced, and SK also started on the defense there and got a few rounds in, and it was round 6 actually where G2 started taking over, and that's where things went downhill pretty fast for SK. So I'm hoping that like they find a way here in this timeout to just stop the bleeding.
I think
and find some successful rounds here.
Yeah, I mean, we do have some really good tools under the belt of SK into this run. I'm sure that's part of the conversation that we're expecting to come out from them too. You've got that dimensional drift, the conversion paths, trying to cook up some sort of combination where Purity is able to use that Yoru ultimate and exit it as that convergent path hits, slows down. G2 goes in and applies that concuss there on them. Now on the side of G2, they also have ults of their own to respond with or to start the engagement with there as well within that Steel Garden. And starting off with the dimensional drift early on, you've got Mimi going for that scouting, relaying this information to the team and seeing how they want to isolate the players on the
Yeah, and Mimi just opens right up, takes one. Jolina only gets one here to counter. She falls as well, as B will be the site where we set our eyes on. Lisa and Davalasha, the only ones left standing. Also the ones that had no ultimate to play with at the start of this round. Only one off of the Steel Garden here for Davalasha, but question is, she's gonna be able to lock that in, or if they're gonna opt to save their guns and carry them over to the next round.
Look at their position. They are definitely saving.
Yeah, they are
there is no question about that. I think that that's definitely difficult, though. It was a great call and play coming out from G2, the way they were pinching these players on the B site, but those big ultimates that we had talked about, and you just touched on as well, the convergent pass, that dimensional drift, not even having the opportunity for SK to set up and pull them out. I think that, if anything, taking control and continuing to maintain that control of that tempo here from G2 was just so well done. And the desk had touched on it. We saw that fun fact at the beginning of this map here as well. It's a 67% win rate on attack for G2. They've started on attack every single time here that we've seen on Faro during this third stage of GC EMEA. And I think that says so much And it only gets scarier, Joy. Like, they've got
Oh,
a
yeah.
74% win rate on defense. Not as many rounds, but it's because they haven't needed as many to be able to actually close those maps out.
No, exactly. I mean, if they keep going like this, they're not going to need a lot of defensive rounds either. But honestly, Ash, like, fun fact for G2 that they've got this win rate. Terrifying for SK, if you ask me. But now G2, yeah, once again, they just sent a copy over to bait out the shear, and they shut down the Vice right away. So G2, once again, to find the first blood here. And yeah, I don't know.
I think Mimi's been looking really crispy the past couple of rounds too. After we saw that whiff on Jolena when she had that sheriff, it was like Mimi has locked in. She's only been hitting heads since then. And for G2, I mean, it's great signs when your IGL is playing so well, especially on this agent that she's been cooking on for the first time for this stage here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. It's just been crisp shot after crisp shot. Steel Garden goes out as well, and now we see Mimi just trying to get up close and personal here. Akita will get one for herself. 132 though. Petra will be punished by Jolena, and all of a sudden, again, we're here, Ash. It's Jolena against the world, and I'm just praying for a miracle. Oh, but I won't be given one.
So close. Still taking it down to that 2v1, reclaiming that round when G2 had such a high advantage in that number count. They're still not quite able to take it over the line. It's definitely difficult because, again, I think a lot of the same problems as what we saw on Sunset. It's the coordination on the side of G2 that is really, I think, outplaying SK right now, where we see some of those moments of brilliance, but G2 just look a little more polished.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, they know that this is their playground. Corrode is theirs. Looking at the 6-1, like, weaponry on SK looking really tough. But we have seen them do a lot of damage with these sheriffs. Definitely Jolena and Purity, like, respectively, have done so much work every time they got their hands on a pistol like this. So I'm not counting them out just yet. As I say it, SK find the opening kill here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like sometimes it's in these eco rounds where SK is really able to pull out some of that magic and truly lock in. Now, for the side of G2, grouping back up with each other into this 2-2. You've got the Spike leaning over towards that A site as the rest of the team looks to draw so much attention over to A. Or B.
Yeah, and Petra's doing an amazing job there, just tossing util onto that side. But now it looks like SK's got the read.
Oh, this timing.
Okay.
I really like that proactive Nightfall coming in. And the clear on Vanya is insane.
That was actually, that's illegal! And it's Purity! And it's Jolena with the Sheriff! That's a Thrifty coming through right there for SK. Don't count them out just yet.
A huge Thrifty round here for SK Nebula to finally break up that slew of rounds that we saw coming out from G2. 6 rounds in a row, finally put to bed here. And it was great adjustments, right? We got kind of scary. You saw Vanya going for that TP into their spawn, trying to pinch over towards that A site. But I think the main thing was that timing on the Nightfall coming in when Jade and Devil Asha were trying to re-clear over towards their spawn. Really well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like SK's finally got the read there. You saw like the shift coming through in the rotations. Okay, that's a head to be tapped. Purity immediately falls here in the opening of the round. Big rotation here onto B side. Devil Asha the only one to hold it down. Just a pixel will do some good damage here though. Mimi and Akita both extremely low. As Vice now forced to fall back, but she has the Steel Garden available. Pulls it out. Oh, just trying to find kills here. She finds another. I mean, Devilash have been worth her weight in gold here, and Janeway is there. The Vanya, sneaky as ever, sneaks up towards tower, shuts her down. Now it's her against the two players of SK. Spike open and in the middle of the site.
Yeah, they're just gonna play this high-low holds here. Vanya trying to isolate somebody, that opportunity to try and get that TP
30 seconds
as
left.
well, but it's going to be the reposition. She's got time to play with, and I like how you've got that hold a little bit deeper now into B main, ensuring that that 1v1 isn't going to be taken here, and they can just play time and run down this clock.
Yeah, SK
10 seconds left.
The spike.
Talking a bit of the read here then. Now Vanya looking for a plan.
Spike planted.
Oh, she's gonna check by the haunt. But Jade will find her. It will find the defuse, and SK are looking like they are gonna, you know, they've got the potential for a few rounds more here, Ash.
I think that in that round is an important one to be able to, you know, continue to chain together, build a little bit of momentum on the side of SK. Looking like they're playing a little bit more like that unit that we wanted to see coming out from them, and it's also big considering the fact that they do initially lose out on that first blood and that first engagement over towards mid as well, right? But now, first time out that we're seeing G2 goes and call in this series so far, including over on Sunset. And the conversation, I think, for them is also to just, you know, keep that momentum going. Like, they've got that advantage. They don't want to lose it. And for G2, they also absolutely do not want to be in a position where they're actually genuinely worried about going to that third map, because we have to continue to remind the audience here, Joy, that it is this knockout round. There's so much on the line for two of these teams who have been inching up in these placements here for Game Changers in 2025, and for G2 trying to return to old glory.
Yeah, it's like, can't you even imagine, like, G2 not being able to show up at Champs here? Like, I can't.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right? They've attended G2 as a name has attended every single Champs, and Mimi and Petra in particular have attended every single Game Changers championship, so it would definitely be insane looks to see otherwise.
Let's go.
But it all starts here, right? What matters first, before we even look that far ahead, is this initial knockout round. Trying to keep their name in it when we're looking at Game Changers playoffs for the final stage of the year. Overall, bit of a slower round as far as firefights go for either team. A little bit of utility traded back and forth with the smokes, but contact plays otherwise towards the other side of the map. You've got Mimi, the dimensional drift. She's been able to sneak out and sniff out that positioning out from Jolena as well. Not able to find that value with the operator on that deep A line that was initially taken there by SK. Now looking to fully play that retake. And on the side, G2, you've got that CT control coming in on top of that. Jade completely alone into that retake. I love this play. Vanya's got that paranoia off the contact of Amy, trying to delay that retake over towards A link. The smoke to go back out there, as well as Jade is trying to break back into this site here from C2. Mimi able to shut that one down. Now, information given here for SK, they're just looking to save. They want to be able to keep this operator investment into the next round. G2 finding immediate success off the back of that timeout that they called, that pivot, and the game plan was so good, knowing that they were expecting that op to finally come online for the side of SK, now that they've been able to amass the funds to do so. And it was great scouting coming out from the IGL to garner that information. Now, we head into the next round. For SK Nebula, the save was imperative as far as being able to guarantee you can continue to build up some of that money into the last two rounds of this half, ensuring that you have that buy into the 12th round as well, and aren't really on the back foot in that kind of regard. 2-2-1 split. Alasha immediately taken down, and that's difficult for the side of SK Nebula, because now the Vice utility completely nullified over towards B. They don't have to worry about that wall. Purity, though, maintaining control of B main, I think important here for SK due to the fact that they no longer have that passive information to work off of. And they do a little bit of exploring right now to try and seize control further of that B main side. Assist with the read out from SK, anticipating this B hit that is already coming. Nikita is so good at making that space, and Jolena already shut down, not able to make any use of that operator.
Yeah, and this is looking like a dire round here once again.
Portal closed.
For SK. Purity though has a good lineup. It had so much potential, but she will be shut down. On the time now. Rotation to B coming through here. Just 2 members left standing on SK, Ash.
Yeah, you also have that Nightfall here for Petra, who is also pretty low with only 30 HP, so definitely a very winnable round here for SK. Eliza's got 2 of the Prowlers to work with here too, and being a little more proactive with that ultimate to come out here from G2.
Last player standing.
Liza though gets 1. But Amy, if Amy gets the last stay here, they will be winning this round, and that's exactly what they will be doing.
I like how it was just a pre-fire. Unfortunate there for Zalasha over towards B main as well, like right behind the Prowler, going off of the information that Liza was able to provide, or sorry, not Liza, Petra was able to provide for the team, and guaranteeing that that pick does go through. We now see another shift over, right? You still have that Vice setup over at...
Bring them down.
Oh, okay. I thought that we did see
Doing a thing.
a piece of utility over at B, but...
No. Well,
it would be the Thorns.
Yeah, there's one. There's one Thorn there. One Thorn on B. You're absolutely right. But SK opens up big here. G2 though got the swing back. And looking to make their presence known here on the B side. Once again, Thorns are alive.
Thorns.
Oh, good damage though. Bites through those shields.
Time to jump.
It's Purity just waiting out the time here a little bit.
They have a lot of time on the side of SK. They're walking back in for G2. It's a different story though. They've fully taken spawn. I feel like SK, they definitely have to have an idea of that. Yep, they take that spawn there. Well, the plan to rotate over towards A.
Oh, Amy. Wait, Amy might...
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, there we go. That's gonna give you an advantage here. Now Purity just got it. Oh, just got to check.
I love
the TP back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Vanya just playing the mind games like Vanya does.
Spike planted.
2v1 situation. You've got Devilasha extremely low here as well. Haunt available though for Eliza, as well as the C's to try and sniff out the location, the positioning here from Vanya.
Where are we?
Yeah, they have some time. She goes on checkpoint. Oh no. I mean, if there's anyone that's gonna be able to win this, right? Like you put it on Vanya. But Lisa's been the clutch queen for SK. But it's just not gonna happen. As long as Vanya stands, that's just not gonna happen. And that's a Red Bull clutch coming in as we head into the halftime.
One enemy remaining.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now.
All right, back we are. 3-9 on the scoreline, and now we see G2 taking on the defense. Well, I'm looking at the last time, and SK got in 1 round on attack. So I want to see a different side of events now, Ash. I want to see them take all the rounds. I want to see them take it to Lotus for us.
Definitely a tall order to be asking for here, I think.
I am. I'm asking a lot. I'm demanding.
Considering that 74% win rate on the defensive side there for G2. Initially, already huge presence being shown towards this B side, and you can see how quick they are to entry. And the mid control that G2 is taking too.
I was gonna say, wait, Jade just jumped straight into that site and actually manages to get a 3K off the back of that. It's absolutely crazy. So SK, with this explosive entry, just managed to get what? Are we looking at a potential ace here? No! Are you kidding? Akita! They will just not give her the ace, but Jade, she was darn close.
You gotta give credit over to SK for their consistency in these pistol rounds. I feel like that's something that we also praised them for in the last stage as well, where those pistol protocols looking so comfortable. But once these rifles have been coming out, I feel like it just hasn't quite been the matchup that we were looking for. G2 again have been looking so polished in those buy rounds. A full stack this time, though, from G2 over on this A side. Maybe looking to see if they can take down the lurker for SK. If they continue to poke towards B, it should be very easy information for them to find that the site is empty.
Yeah, a bit of chip damage here onto Petra. But not much else can be done here with just a ghost in hand. And Davalasha's now crawling up through mid. Ooh. Checks the corners. Actually picks up 2 of them here. Oh. If she got that 3rd one, that would have been incredibly hype. But Petra does manage to shut her down. Spike has been planted onto the B side, as we do see now. G2 through the link, trying to converge on there. Corner has to be checked though. Purity.
Around the corner.
Like that. Oh.
I mean, they're playing those exits right now, right? Trying to see if they can find any sort of punish, deny those ult orbs over to the side of SK. Pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, looks like everybody will just be retreating towards the spawn. No exit frags to be found here by G2.
Exit frags were more of a it would be nice type of situation, but the more important part, I think, was just denying further cycling for SK Nebula into some of those ultimates. We've already got Jade 1 away from the shadows, and I think that Dimensional Drift is slowly starting to get some ticks into it there as well. No, I lied. Not the Dimensional Drift. I think that one actually already ended up getting used in that last round, but overall, I feel like, or maybe not actually. No, the math is not mathing for me right now.
No, for me neither. I'm like trying to think like, no, Purity got a 3K in the other pistol round, so not this one.
Yeah, I think the rest of SK has just been cleaning up. That's why you see Jade having already cycled so quickly into nearly having hers online.
Okay, Akita with the entry gets a 2 kills off of that. Jade from the shadows.
Cover going out. Shadows
going into tower here. Has to read. I mean, there's 2 players on B. And with the Odin, she will be shut down. Lisa. Last one here. Lisa versus Petra.
Silence.
Oh my god. Actually managing to isolate them
the flank
perfectly there, but now the flank coming through. Just not ready. G2, 10th round. It's starting to look a little bit rough here, then. Score.
I mean, second half, it was looking rough with the 9-3. Right now, this is a round that was expected for G2 to win, right? So I think it's a little too early to say how the second half is going to genuinely look. I think overall, what's scary though is Crowd, paper thin map, very reminiscent of like old Ascent. You can wallbang almost everything. Petra, Odin, Goat. And her being on defense, having that ability to spray things down is definitely a terrifying prospect to go up against as well. And as I say that, she'll be taken out across the map here. Right off the gate, actually. So a lot of that information now denied here for the side of G2.
Portal closed.
Yeah, no Hans to be tossed and no Odin wallbangs off of the back of that to be head. As Petra falls early on into the round. A bit of mid presence here. Paranoia flies out. Mimi to pick up 2 off the back of that. Possibly a 3rd. We see Akita dashing further into that mid. Looking towards B. Link here, but there is Purity to shut her down. B is once again where SK will be setting their sights.
3v3, 2 ultimates up, 1 for either team here. Fortunately, as I say that, I also then realized Akito went down a little earlier in the round. I just got a little too excited by the little glowing orb that I saw on the right side of my screen. But the Nightfall to come in really delays this retake.
Oh. One last shot. Has a good read here. Dodges the flash, but Purity will be the one taking the kills.
Yeah, Liza, great job with that Nightfall. Again, slows down that retake, and it allows that crossfire to be held very comfortably by Devalasha and Purity from Heaven, and then also into elbow of CT there as well. Just nicely played there into the post plant. As SK, now they're clawing back, finding success a little bit more after that initial pistol round that they got on this attacking side. For G2 goes in onto an eco round for themselves. SK slowly and surely closing the gap though. A little bit of a miscomm there, maybe with the arc rose fully blinding Purity as she looks around the corner. But a lot of information and presence telegraphed here at A already.
Absolutely. Now, shots to be heard as well. Paolo flies out. Not a lot of information, but Vanya, it was a good idea, but she will be shut down, and Devalasha for a 3rd here. Petra just with a classic, not much to be done. And Amy just has the classic in hand as well. So this round is looking rather done and dusted here for SK.
And you can really see things kind of building up here on the side of SK. That momentum that they're finding, the flawless rounds come in here for SK, really starting to build that momentum into the attacking side. And for SK Nebula, this is huge signs of life from this team when that initial first half, it looked really rough, like candidly, and the expectation I think that was set by that 9-3 start for G2, especially looking at how strong their defense has been historically, was that possibility of it being a blowout, but now we're looking like we're in for a game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Lotus is starting to look like a possibility now. Okay, Arcros immediately getting destroyed is give you information as well here. Vanya trying to hold this entry here onto A side. We'll be backing off alongside Petra. Okay, Steel Garden comes out. Petra tries to swing before it hits, finds 1 kill, but will be shut down. 1 for 1.
Just die.
Oh, Amy just lurking around here on that mid.
Amy doing Amy things.
Yeah, Amy things for sure, for sure. Now Devalasha.
We cannot forget the fact that Amy has constantly been touted as the best Sentinel within Game Changers EMEA, one of the best Sentinels globally as well. And seeing her back on this role, that comfort that she has in being able to play a little bit more for herself and relay information to the team for that mid-rounding. Plant finally goes down here for SK Nebula towards this A site, but look how diligently G2 are looking to play this advantage. 4v3, everyone looking to group up together here towards CT. Amy with 2 flashes on the re-entry.
Back in a flash.
All right, Akita goes for the jump in, finds Lisa,
One enemy remaining.
Oh, she's gonna find 2, but you know, Vanya's there to clean it up. Avalasha wants to take down the last of them, but will not do so. G2, 11 rounds on the board.
And we're constantly seeing these interactions from G2, the game plan with having these double duelist comps coming in, Mimi with those flashes, constantly looking to set Akita up for those opportunities to use that light speed, to get that verticality, to get that drop on their opponents, to find some advantages in a lot of those fights. Now, another timeout to be called here. You gotta imagine that is going to be SKG2. 2 rounds away from closing out the series. SK still trying to bring things back. They found a little bit of that momentum here so far on the attack, but can they keep it going? Because Joy, this is the side where, yes, we're seeing really great changes from them, but historically, they also have like a 29% win rate on this side of Corrode, and I'm loving the adjustments that we're seeing so far, but what is the depth to which they can dig?
Yeah, exactly. And if you look at the scoreline, I would be a little bit worried too. SK, they need to really pull something out of their hats here to be able to drag this over the line. So calling in the timeout, it makes sense. We're in the ult economy though, we're looking good here. I mean, one off of the from the shadows, dimensional drift is close. And these have been, honestly, these have been the most impactful ultis so far. Definitely for Purity to gather information, to surprise G2 and find these mind game plays that we're looking for.
We'll have to see. A lot of ults, like we were talking about, available here on the G2 side. Mimi already pushed all the way up over towards Min. Will be revealed and forced to TP out.
Bye-bye.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Spike
Purity finds
down,
one
B.
though.
Got a little lost with all of the TPs going on. It was actually Purity that went
so
for that
many
one back.
TPs here, as we do see Amy getting tucked up on by Devilasha, but Amy is still Amy. She will have the upper hand there.
At the very least, sacrifice from Devilasha means that that wall does get triggered on the A site, so a little bit of additional pressure on the side of G2. As SK are walking up mid, seeing if G2 will give them anything to bite off. It won't be the case.
Yeah, that's the thing with this map, right? Like, there could be someone tucked away in every tight corner.
Spike down mid.
Yeah, that was definitely the case here. And now it's just Jolina left standing.
30 seconds
Quant
left.
will find her so they know where she is.
Don't miss me too much.
Still looking like she wants to try to go head to head here.
Maybe we'll see if someone tries to walk out, but there's no way she's walking through that smoke. Like, Jolina knows that she's getting triangulated on right now. It's too important to be able to keep her weapon into the next round, considering her money situation as well as Jade's. Alicia, Liza, Purity, all will be able to comfortably afford, but they want to go into these final rounds with as much weaponry as they possibly can. Because it's not much match point.
No.
It is that series point here for G2 as well.
Yeah, and we're gonna highlight it one time. This is a knockout round, meaning that whoever loses this will be going home. And right now, G2, as you say, they're on series point.
It's definitely a lot of pressure here for the side of SK Nebula. A team that has constantly been able to make that top 4 finish within GC EMEA this year in 2025.
Here.
Purity finding a bit of information, pinging to relay that to the team, looking like a very similar crunch to what we saw out of G2 in that first half.
Okay, has to immediately TP back though. Beautiful Nightfall coming out here from Petra as they're trying to make their presence known here. One Haunt could still go onto the paths here. The presence, Petra's just waiting here. Jade completely crunched. Finds Petra though, but Amy will show up and trade her back. And it's the do or die here for SK, but G2 are just taking names back and forth, and it will be G2 that knock SK out of the Game Changers. They will not be defeated on Corrode.
G2 also finding their revenge. Sure, they won up against SK the last time they faced off during the group stage. But when it came down to elimination in the lower bracket during stage 2, it had been SK Nebula to knock them out and put them in that 4th place finish. G2 managed to stay alive, and they're looking great right now. I think that seeing these role changes for them looks so comfortable. Everyone back on their main roles, what they and the entire community have grown to know and love them for. And you can see, I think, how big of a difference it makes to have Petra back onto the roster, helping fix a lot of those role issues that we're seeing previously.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great form here from G2, and I mean, Corrode is their playground, and for good reason. They have showed that today. It's been a good showing from SK though, for sure. We have to give them that. Fantastic pistol rounds all around, but in the end, G2, they are the one to take the series here, and they will be staying in this tournament.
Not just staying into the tournament, but also looking, I believe, to face up against Carmine Core in the next portion of the bracket there as well, which is, I mean, scary looks. KC, the back-to-back stage winners previously, but a great way to start off our playoffs here, Joy.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. It's been a great series today, and I think tomorrow will be well, equally exciting. KC, as we mentioned before, they've already locked in for champions, so they are quite the beast to go up against. But G2, they're no stranger to that, so we will see.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. We're going to throw to a quick break before we get the analyst desk to break things down from this last matchup and set up the next one.
Actually, there's no break. It's gonna be us immediately. Hi guys, welcome. Gonna address the elephant in the room. Yes, my camera did break. Yes, that is a headshot. But oh my gosh, Billy, a 2-0 from the side of G2 that has had a roster change for this stage. And SK that has been so dominant for stage 1 and stage 2, and now unfortunately at this final hurdle, they fell short.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to G2 and how they are able to perform when they have, you know, the Golden Girls back, I guess I want to call Mimi and Petra. You know, we know them, we love them, and it's so nice to see them playing together. They really are a different beast when they kind of start to hit that form, and being able to hit that form this late in the season when there's GCC on the line is just a testament to the work that they've been able to put in throughout the whole year to finally, hopefully, be able to get things right.
Yep, that's obviously the ultimate aim. And with that, however, it's also important to highlight that G2 is going to be advancing into the next stage. However, unfortunately for SK here in Inami, this is the end to their story. And it really does feel like ultimately the very shallow, I don't even want to call it a map pool, maybe like the map kiddie puddle, unfortunately is what did it to them.
Yeah, it came down to this veto that limited them so much, and Jade mentioned it earlier that it will come down to like who is the better team, but because of the limitation, because of that, we see SK Nebula now stuck at 95 points, and they will have to hope that Twisted Minds don't make it further so they can... Oh, actually, never mind. I think this means actually that they have no chance to qualify into champs. So that's a little unfortunate considering how well they performed during this whole year, actually.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate end to the season and to the year in general for them. However, at the end, also, Billy, we saw glimpses of what we were used to seeing from SK during some of these maps and some of these rounds, but ultimately it boils down to the fact that G2 showed up today and they were the best version of themselves that we have seen for quite a while, and that is something to also be very proud of and look forward to.
I have to agree. I think SK, as much as they did put up a good fight, we have everyone on G2 Gosen showing up today, right? They're a team that don't have to rely on sort of hero plays or amazing individual performances from their players. They're just such a structured team in that sense that always come in with such a great game plan, and they knew that playoffs, everything was on the line for them to be able to make that GCC, because of course this is what they're going to be aiming for. It's not just about making that Istanbul finals, it's of course getting to GCC, which we would hopefully expect G2 Gosen to be able to get to. And I think for me, one of the standout performers and the highlights of today was Mimi on that Yoru. You know, she's been so interesting to watch, and I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit more of that sniper usage that we were kind of sneak previewed on Sunset kind of carries through into the playoffs. Yeah, I'm just really enjoying watching her IGL on this agent.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane to see Mimi just whipping out that Yoru and doing the things that she's done with it today. So without further ado, let's bring her in instead and ask her directly. First off, congratulations on the win. I also want to put it out to you guys. My camera is broken. I'm sorry. But I would like to start off talking about you and the Yoru specifically. It's a bit of a talking point that we're having on the desk. You just kind of showed up on this agent. Could you let us know the process behind being able to be so comfortable on it so quickly?
Honestly, the process was there is a double duelist meta going on that we have tried to explore earlier in the year, but how we did it was basically putting it on Vanya and putting everyone else off their comfort roles, and it was kind of wonky. So now we thought, like, if we want to do it, we might as well put me on it, since I am the flex player of the team. And you know, I've just been trying to grind Yoru as much as possible, but also having a lot of help from my coach, Drew, of course. So yeah, I'm just going with the flow, really.
The flow is going really well for you guys here in stage 2 so far. You have made sure that you're now qualifying further into the playoffs, which make things a little bit less scary, I guess, because this was that knockout round, that elimination. From your perspective individually, because I already spoke to Petra about it, did you feel like because of your role in the team, there was a lot of pressure on your shoulders?
I think every official, there is a lot of pressure, but I think also the pressure just comes of the years of being G2 Gosen, and honestly, it is what it is. I think that we all just have been really good at supporting each other and not relying on anyone specifically, like not just relying on my calling, not just relying on Akita to go kill, not just relying on, you know, all these small factors. So I think that also just being here on bootcamp has been helping a lot to like ease that pressure a little bit and just enjoying the process of fighting, basically.
It's obviously really very much like working out for you guys when it comes to being on the boot camp, when it comes to gelling well together. You have a formidable opponent going up tomorrow against KC. Is that, you know, the Classico of Game Changers? Is that something you're really looking forward to now that you do have a bit of a different iteration of G2 again?
I mean, I think they're always fun to play against. I am obviously excited to play them again now that we're in bootcamp, and it could potentially look like a different game. So far, it's always been us beating them in groups, them beating us in playoffs. So I'm crossing my fingers that that's the storyline we're going through, but vice versa. No matter what, I'm sure it's going to be a good game. And, you know, they have no pressure on them at all because they already qualified for champs, and we're literally just out here sweating, fighting, and we're very motivated to make it happen. And hopefully that factor of us not qualifying yet is like what gets us over the edge tomorrow.
Yeah, using it as fuel to the fire rather than something to like stop you guys in your tracks. Well, again, congratulations and thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. I'm gonna let you go. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. Bye.
That is a great mindset to have. I mean, Looking forward to the games against KC tomorrow. I think everyone right now is at the edge of their seats considering what we've seen from the G2 performance this time around. But as Mimi also touched upon, it is the finals that is at stake. Finals on a LAN in Istanbul specifically. So for you guys at home, make sure that you mark your calendars because these finals are going to be played in Istanbul and you can get your tickets now. You can scan the QR code right under my picture and you can get a ticket. Make sure you get to do that because the LANs for GC are always incredible. We're gonna be back after our break with our second best of 3 of today. Another team will be sent home, another will go forward into the competition. Al-Qadsiya against GX coming up after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. And you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, 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 your mata.
Everyone to VCT Game Changers Stage 3, our first day of playoffs. We are back for real. I am back too. My camera is kind of working. We're not even going to talk about that. We're just going to talk about what's really important here, Billy, what really, really matters. And that is Al-Qadsiya against GX. One of them on the chopping block going home today, and the other is able to go up tomorrow against Twisted Minds.
God, putting it in that wording, putting them on the chopping block, it just sounds so savage. But yeah, I'd love for us to take a quick look at Al-Qadsiya first, because this is a roster that we're probably not really usually familiar with during the playoff stage. stage, but it's not new names, right? We have a core of well-accomplished players with experience on rosters such as Falcons, such as BBL Queens, and we have a couple of additions here. Anita and Amva, maybe not so familiar with. Anita has been the new addition for this stage. She only started competing in off-season last year and then played in contenders this year before joining the squad. So yeah, they have like a really well-rounded bunch, I would say.
Yeah, what's also really important to highlight here is the fact that when we're looking at this roster, they didn't just like show up here in stage 3 by being here. Like they crawled their way through contenders after getting relegated. So it's been a little bit of a journey, Inami.
Yeah, this is one of the few teams that beat KC actually. This team has been so phenomenal going into this stage, and that's thanks to like the experience coming in from Philippa, the whole experience coming also from Sandra, who has been around for so long, and Anva and Anita have just been so surprising during this stage.
I think it's crazy because it's a new organization in Game Changers this year in the sense that they played in kickoff, went to contender stage 1, went to the main event in stage 2, obviously got relegated because they got grouped, and now they're back and now they've made it into playoffs. So it feels like we're excited and we're finally ready to see what this roster can actually do because as Inami said, they've already done a little bit of damage to be able to get here.
Yeah, talk about keeping things interesting. They really know how to write a storyline and just get people invested into this roster, but also into the organization in general. Before we even got a chance to kind of dig deeper into this, I would like to head over to an interview that I had earlier today when it was still outside and my hair was wet with Philippa, who lets us know on the insights of the changes that have been made.
Philippa, another very, very important game for you guys today. There is the potential of elimination here, so first off...
Alright, listen, everything seems to be going wrong today now that I'm on the show. That was actually not me speaking.
Welcome back,
by the way. That was totally...
I thought that was totally your real voice. What are you talking about? You speak like that, no?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That is exactly what I sound like. No, on a serious note though, whoopsies. We're gonna roll that back at some point when it is ready. But for now, if we're just gonna talk about the addition of Anita to this roster and how everything's been playing out and the journey that Al Qudsiya has been on. Because it is a little sad though, really, to see that this roster has fought so hard, or not sad, wrong word, exciting, that this roster has fought so incredibly hard to get to this point, but now there is a genuine chance when they just get eliminated.
Yeah, I don't want to make it too sad though. I think that we look at the players that they've added into the strong wealth of experience that the team has. We look at Amva, we look at Anita. Amva has been insane so far throughout the group stage, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how she can do some damage, and she's someone that's had a couple of short stints on some notable teams such as Navi, such as BBL Queens, but it's mainly played in contenders, so this will be a real test for her.
And this time, hopefully for real, we're gonna head over to the interview again, and it's not gonna be slow-mo, I think. Philippa, another very, very important game for you guys today. There is the potential of elimination here. So first off, I would love to address or discuss maybe a little bit if there is any kind of pressure and how are you dealing with that?
I mean, there is literally no pressure because we had to go through some changes. Anita joined us only 1 month ago, and like we had to see what's the best for the team dynamics, and like we struggled a bit in the first place, but everyone put so much effort into all these changes and adapted very fast, and Anita literally can play anything, like, so she helps us to see what the best for the dynamics, and finally we found ourselves, I guess. So there's no pressure, we're excited to play, but we're just gonna have fun.
That's a great approach, but also a lot of insight to dissect from that first answer, specifically starting off with Anita, because she's, as you mentioned already, she's on the roster now. It's been not too long of a time. She's on that duelist role as well. How was it integrating her and her playstyle with the rest of the team?
I mean, first of all, I love her mental because she's like pretty calm and like she can adapt very fast. I also know her from ranked games. We used to play a lot, so I 100% trust her because like she's so young, and like whatever she does, I really know like there is some idea behind it. So I really trust her. My team trusts her.
That's probably one of the most important things when it comes to playing together on the server. And that trust, I feel like, has also shown a lot in the games that we've seen from your end of things, because you did get relegated, you had to play through contenders, you're now here going up against one of the pretty strong teams here in EMEA in the form of GX. So when it comes to the journey that you have been on as a team and it coming to this game specifically to make sure that you not get eliminated, what is going to be the biggest takeaway or the biggest lesson from today's game?
I mean, it felt so bad to not be able to show our own potential in the first place because we relegated and had to re-qualify with contenders. And our mood went down, of course, at first, but we still had the chance to show our service for the last time, and we worked even harder. Now, like, we are happy that we started to play like our service and started showing how good we are. But it's still not enough, and like we wanna do our best and like qualify for champions. And like I'm excited to play. We are all excited, and we all like having fun in the team, like enjoying the game. So I think like if we play like a team, I think we're gonna manage to win today and the day after.
Well, the Road to Game Changer Championship starts here. Your first opponent, none other than GX. You guys have done incredible so far at this stage. So I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and I will maybe see you later.
Thank you so much. See you.
A lot of praise for Anita, and just in general, the vibes from the side of LKCS seems to be going incredible. So really hoping to see that translated onto the server, because it's not just the fact that Inami, they're gelling well, but also there's the trust. And that's literally what is probably the most important key ingredient here.
Yeah, that's the word I wanted also to like mention as well. It's the trust in the new players coming into the scene, and it showed the fact that they won against KC, the fact that they won in a very confident way and very showing way against Twisted Mind as well. I can see why they are trusting, and honestly, when you have a player dropping 60 kills against KC, of course you're going to 100% trust them.
Yeah, but you know, what we also have to touch upon is that this is a little bit, maybe to an extent, a rivalry, Billy, when it comes to former teammates from BBL playing against each other. We have Eva, and we have they're going up against Felipa, so it makes things maybe a little bit more interesting here.
Yeah, I think the general consensus of the rosters today is just GCC experience all across the board. And before we even get into that, I want to quickly highlight the fact that Felipa and Ness were teammates before Game Changers even existed back in 2021 on Oxygen Esports, which is crazy to think about. And now they go up against one another to hopefully be able to make it to GCC this year. But of course, it is Eva who's going up against her former teammates in Felipa, who she went to Game Changers champs with when she was on BBL Queens, that beloved BBL Queens roster that we all love and miss very much. So yeah, there's a lot of like different variations here of people who have played with some people and people who haven't. We also have Sandra as well, who played on Falcons with Eva last year. Yeah, there's a lot of storylines going into this one.
Yeah, a lot of mixing and matching in teams in general, and that's also a topic of conversation that I had with Axel later on. We'll get to that. But GX is the roster that we're going to need to look at, because Inami, I want to say, did they burn down the kitchen? Are there too many cooks in the kitchen? What is going on? Because it feels like change after change after change, and then this morning we hear that Smurfette is going to be on the starting roster. I am confusion.
I think we've been all super surprised when we saw that Smurfette wasn't going to play, and the fact that she wasn't part of the group maybe was one of the reasons why they are in this position right now. But the fact that she's back is super exciting. The fact that she's back to play also with Ness, who has been her duo for super long. So I'm excited to see what they will be cooking for this match.
Their run this time around in groups as well, Billy, has not necessarily lived up to the expectations from what we've seen from them in stage 1 and stage 2, because they were second place finish in both stages, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they made roster changes in the first place. And if we actually have a look at how they performed in groups, it wasn't great. They almost did not make it here to this playoffs due to so many teams finding themselves on the same win-loss record. And despite being pretty high up on the points table, they now need to be able to set their best foot forward in this playoff stage to make sure that they can actually secure Game Changers champs. Because as you said, Jenny, they've placed top 2 in both stage 1 and stage 2. So yeah, for me, I was like, what's going on? Why are we making roster changes here, but of course they must have felt like it was necessary. I'm just happy that we're bringing Smurfette back in, because in my opinion, she should never have been benched in the first place. So thank you for bringing her back today.
We love that, and we also love the fact that you are bringing up the question about the roster changes, because Axa actually had quite the answer for that. So we're going to be heading over to Old Me, who did the interview earlier today, to see what Aska's philosophy was behind making these changes. Aska, you've joined us here today for a bit of an interview ahead of one of the probably most important games that we're gonna see, considering there is no lower bracket as of yet, and there have also been so many changes on the GX roster. So I think, honestly, first and foremost, could you walk us through the changes with the new additions of Togi and Suzette now no longer being active, Smurfette is joining back in, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit weird, you know, to have so many changes, but we felt like, well, when we made the initial changes after Split 2, that we weren't really like improving during the year, and we, like, our goal was not to just qualify for champs. That of course we still need to qualify, but after qualifying in 2024, like the goal for this year was more to like be a contender, you know, and the lack of improvement during the first two stages, I felt like the dynamics were not the best sometimes in the team, and we really didn't improve that much. So yeah, we made these changes. For now we're still struggling a bit for different reasons, and yeah, I mean now we welcome Smurf back, and we'll I feel like we still do well, because it's more or less like what we had before, you know, like everybody already knows Smurf, and we already had a good synergy in the past, so we'll be fine, I think, these playoffs.
So when it comes then to your role specifically as the coach, having to deal with all these moving pieces and all these changes, especially the last minute change, does that make you maybe a little bit nervous?
No, I will say it doesn't. I feel like right now, for example, even though we need to make a last minute change before playoffs, as I already said, like everybody already knows this move for long, and I think also, and I think she's really motivated to play also, you know, like to show what she's capable of doing. So I feel like everybody in the team is confident that we can still manage to get a really good run like we did before. So in that way, I'm really like, I don't feel any pressure on that kind of way.
Okay, well, familiarity, of course, is always going to be really nice, especially with the experience that the players have had with each other in the past. When it comes to the fact that you have a player, you know, Eva is going up against her former teammate Sandra, do you think that maybe they're going to be in each other's heads? Is it more going to be very chill, everyday, kind of regular one in the office? What are you thinking that's going to play out like?
I think it's gonna be a normal game. I don't think they have like this big rivalry, you know. We usually don't even talk about it. We like at the end of the day, you usually play like there is always someone that you share team with in all the teams. So I feel like it's getting like now when Changers has like more years behind its back, like the whole ecosystem. Like I feel like most of the players have like ex-teammates in all the teams, so it's a little bit more usual than it was 2 years ago. So I think we are more used to it.
All right, I guess nothing personal that we're going to be seeing. Either way, we'll see the best iteration of GX that we hopefully have been able to get together in the last couple of days with the addition and the changes in your roster. So I'm going to wish you guys the best of luck, and who knows, we might see you guys later as well. Bye.
Bye, thank you.
Well, in regards to the roster changes, Billy, he did mention the fact that there wasn't really any improvement, but also hinted at the dynamic in general behind the scenes. And I guess in that regards, that's also something that we've kind of touched upon for every single team, where it's like when they are doing well as friends outside of the server, it usually translates as well into their gameplay.
I think as well, we have to consider the kind of roles and the group performance overall. You know, Toki jumping into that duelist. She hadn't played duelist since like 2023, back when she was on Cassie. So we would presume assume now that she's going to slot back into that smokes role rather than the duelist, and we'll have Smurfette come in and play this duelist role. So it feels like overall the dynamic should be improved because people will feel a lot more comfortable in that sense. So yeah, from a roles perspective, to me it makes more sense to have it this way.
Yeah, Inami then as well from the perspective of how they're going to be performing, that's something we have to look at too, because as we already touched upon a little bit earlier today, their circuit points, they got second in first stage, they got second in second stage, which means they've accumulated quite a bit, but still dropping out right now wouldn't necessarily mean that they qualify for champions.
Yeah, they really need to win at this stage to be able to make it to the champs. And he mentioned that the goal of the team overall, not to just make it to the champs, but be winning more in the champs. So I'm excited to see how much these changes will top in. But the only thing that honestly bothers me a bit is that whenever Toki is on any roster, she instantly has to like to change roles and go back to the smokes. So I'm excited to see how much that will show with this team.
Yeah, Smurfette being back as well, which is part of the changes that we're seeing here for GX. And for those of you at home who for some reason do not know Smurfette, the Smurfette, Billy, tell them.
How
dare you first?
Smurfette? That's insane. One thing I will say about Smurfette is we know that when it gets to playoffs, she reaches new heights. And I'm hoping today will be an example of that and how they can get off to a good start for Giant X. Like I said, with her coming back into the duelist role, I think it's something that this Giant X side needed. Toki did struggle quite a bit in the group stage on that role. So having someone as lights out as Smurfette that has this new sort of motivation and hunger to be able to bring her team to that championship, I would love to see her back on that stage. Yeah, it's just so nice to have her back.
Yeah, it's super nice to also have this dynamic trio back. We've spoken a lot about Ness and Smurfette, her ability to always set her up, and the fact that they don't even need to speak sometimes. I remember them speaking about like a peak they did before, and they just called it arts because they didn't even need to speak to each other. They just knew what each one has to do. And the fact that also Toki has so much experience at the smoke, so coming from Falcons last year, I think that would be like a very interesting team to watch today.
Yeah, and we also get to see them for the first time on stream today, which is going to make things just a little bit more exciting as well. But before we head into that, map discussion needs to be important here too, because what we saw last series, specifically Billy with SKG2, is SK suffered a lot when it came to this map veto, and that was kind of like one of, I guess, the beginning of the end due to the fact that it was quite shallow. But hopefully this time around we get teams that are maybe a little bit more equally matched.
Yeah, you would like to think so. I think both of these teams have a couple of maps that they kind of like and have similarities on. The one thing I'm definitely expecting is Giant X to take away that corrode straight away, because there's 0 and 3 on it coming into groups, and it's one of COD's most played maps. So yeah, I think initially they're going to take that away. It's exactly what we will see. Giant X though, they do play a lot of Haven and Lotus, so we'll see if that does end up coming through. I'm really surprised that Alcadzia has decided to select this bind and ban out Sunset. I thought for sure that they would pick into the Ascent here. What do you think, Nami?
Yeah, they've been having a nice Ascent, and also the fact that GX weren't having the best Ascent going into this tournament. But I think the fact that they won the last map against KC on Bind is giving them the confidence to pick this map again, and maybe they're preparing for us and cooking something new.
I mean, also in general, like when it comes to the bind, the reason why we are so shocked is looking at the way that Alcadzia has been performing on this map throughout this stage is they have 1 win to 2 losses, which is not necessarily a statistic that fills you with comfort and confidence. Ascent coming through here as well, Billy, for the side of GX, which to me also a little bit of a question mark.
I guess if you're Alcadzia, you're happy that you ended up getting Ascent in the pool anyway, and Giant X have picked into it. That does of course mean that Alcadzia does get to start on defense, which should favor them here, considering the composition that they usually run on Ascent is that double walls with the Sage and the Vice. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. They have a really good read on the meta at the moment. But as we continue through the map view, Alcadzia is going to ban out that Haven. Doesn't really feel like a surprise considering it's been a pretty strong map for Giant X this year.
Yeah, we won't be seeing the Abyss neither, so that's not really a surprise for us coming in here. And once again, we'll be having a Lotus as a decider. So the question here is, are we even going to reach the decider, considering Loki this favors Alcadzia?
Yeah, I actually would sit here and agree with you, Inami. That is a question that I currently have as well, because we're looking at Bind and Ascent, and from GX's side of things, at least historically during this stage, it's not been the best performance on either on these maps. Maybe, you know, Billy, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and they saw something from the side of Alcazia on either one or both of these maps that they believe they can exploit.
Maybe, and I think the big thing with Giant X picking Ascent is knowing that they have Smurfette back, right? That Smurfette can just go absolutely insane on Ascent. She's historically been so great on it. It was a really strong map for them in Stage 2. They ended up having 4 wins and only 1 loss. And don't get me wrong, I did criticise their composition on Ascent at the very start of the year. It felt very boring, very standard, very vanilla kind of Valorant. But Giant X have proved me time and time again that I can definitely be very wrong about them. So I'm not too annoyed at them picking the Ascent. They obviously feel very comfortable and confident going into it, otherwise they wouldn't have picked it.
Yeah, would like to start talking more about the bind specifically now, considering that it is going to be our first map and what we're going to be heading into. Agents, specifically composition-wise, Inami, are we expecting any crazy shakeups from what we've seen from them in previous stages?
Once again, not really. I don't think we'll see that, at least not from Alcazia side, because I think that's a confidence pick. The fact that they won against KC, even if their win rate is low, the fact that they won against a top team just gives them the edge, the confidence when coming into this. And looking at the Giant X, I don't think we'll really see that much of a difference, but the fact that Smurfette is back maybe can shake up things a little.
Yeah, with Agent Select ready, Billy, pretty much exactly what we were expecting here to say. The only difference that I would like to point out from the side of Alcazia is I don't see the Yoru.
That was probably because the titles are round the wrong way. So it's actually Giant X on the left side and Alcazia on the right side, just to clear that up for anyone that's watching. So it is, of course, Amba that is going to be jumping onto that Yoru, which is what we're used to seeing from the Alcazia side. Both teams like to opt for this kind of double controller approach by having that Viper and that Brim, which is pretty standard bind, I would say. But I think the key difference here is having that Vise versus that Yoru. I'm excited to see those two interact with one another.
Yeah, we're not going to have to let you wait any longer because first map of the series is ready. The road to Game Changer Champions, but also the finals in Istanbul start here for both of these rosters. We're going to be heading over to our casters, Haza and Cairo, who are covering this one.
Thanks, Ginny. Look, super excited to dive into this one. Alcazia will be hoping for a homecoming in Istanbul, but that feels like a far cry for now. A win against the previous grand finalist GX would be a great way to kickstart this run, however, and they haven't been in the best of form.
Yeah, I mean, for GX, the last time they played up against this roster, they lost currently in this group stage, or the previous group stage that we've just had. So for GX, adding in Smurfette, is that going to be the enigma that they need to move themselves in a positive direction? They're almost there for Game Changers Championship, but they need to prove that they have the form to move into that tournament. And this playoffs right here, Hazza.
Yeah, there is no lower bracket to catch their fall should they lose today. However, the one benefit is with SK now eliminated from the running, it makes things a lot easier for them in terms of how things will work out. Alcazia are one of the teams which can push them down a notch and actually eliminate the possibility that we do see them at the end of the gauntlet, but provided G2 make a top 2 finish and no one else is stealing that away from them, then everything should be okay, as we're going to be heading into Bind in just a moment. Let's speak about the veto very quickly, Cairo. How are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit worried about Alcazia, if I'm being completely honest. When you look at the form over all the maps, the best form that they have on one of them is Haven, right? The other two, they have a negative win rate on Bind and Lotus. So that's where my biggest worries are. But on Bind, they need to go out and show us if they, what they've got in their locker. And as for GX, I mean, hey, we've seen them on Bind many a times. We know exactly what they have and how they play this map.
Exactly. The golden thread which ties both of these two teams together is their recent history on Bind against KC. A win there, 13-9 for Alcazia. A loss, 13-7 for GX. It's the pick of the attack side right now. Alcazia beginning with a little bit of control outside of B.
Taking their time, Spike not committed towards anywhere as Alcazia make their way through B long. But look at the amount of bodies that GX have committed towards B at the minute.
Yeah, 4-player stack, and you start to wonder, when do they get antsy? It's at the 1 minute 15 mark. Eva has the Trailblazer, but GX want to be covert about this maneuver, clawing away at the map as Alcazia's default continues to churn to life. yet to breach that A choke point. There is a heavy 3-player flank coming in.
Yeah, but the fade, look at this, so close towards the first contact, and that's the spike player. What's going on?
Well, I mean, Philippa's just not spotted anything. Finally flips her head around, but is met by GX gunfire. 3 bodies dropped and twice the numbers now for the defender's side. Spike dropped towards short. Anita trying to recover it, and the first bullet is good. That's going to even the odds just a little, but still, Kadzia trail. Fight out in the open, Anita able to win another. More shots revealing players' positions, and with it, Anita takes 3 in her stride. A pistol turnaround for Kadzia. GX misplaying the hand presented to them.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it, right? Like, GX, they call a perfect pistol, the set play, they get control of the spike, and then from there on in, they gift 1 versus 1s. I mean, Kadzia, they do brilliantly to create an octagon of their choosing with the smokes, and then GX just have no play within themselves, right? Playing off of one another. That's a worrying sign as we go through this map if it continues on.
You would think that the GX featuring Smurfette would be a different GX. That still remains to be seen. But in terms of speaking of the positives for Kadzia, this is a team which, like Billy was saying earlier, has come up from contenders, but has some serious names who have been to Game Changers Championships in the past. One of the things that they had stressed they've been working on so heavily in making the change of IGL to Sandra as well from Jada was their communication. And it's in little situations like that in your 2vx's where you're going to see the utmost benefits from that work.
Yeah, and I think as well, the other great thing about Kadzia is, I guess, the story of the last round, but the story of this group stage. Because they started off in their first 4 games, 1-3. Everyone expecting them to drop out back into contenders, but was able to fight back and end up 5-4. So overall, you're expecting being able to face up in the bit of adversity. There's so many bodies here, they may be facing adversity here.
Looks like it. The better guns on the Kadzia side do cut clean through GX though. Toki taking the teleport has already been duly noted. There's a flank coming in from the captain. Stim thrown to the ground to try and improve the chances of Toki as she finds herself back on smokes, but it isn't to be. Anti-eco converted.
Well, anti-eco converted, now looking towards the rifle round and what GX had. I mean, that's what 2 rounds in a row we've seen Giant X have. Nice reads in terms of being at the right side of the map when Kadzia do go for their executes. It's just about getting that final nail in the coffin, right? Understandably, that last round is one that they weren't favourites in, but we can't help but think about the haunting of the pistol round.
Absolutely. GX's macro has looked pretty damn good so far. Sharp as you expect from Ness. In the hot seat since the group stage of the previous stage. Taking a bit of a backseat on the Vise, but call to action. Another body on the B side, but Anva's already found the opening pick.
The disaster about that is it's Sarah's that's lost as well. So being able to earmark that space on the B site is going to be a lot more difficult, but the better thing about it is Smurfette's able to take the advantage. So both duelists off the board for the attack.
Yeah, huge kill in the meantime. You can see Ava still has almost a full utility belt, just the one guiding light used towards B long. Information tools a little lacking on this GX comp in comparison to if you were playing the Fade instead of the Vice. So they're going to have to investigate soon, and I think that's where we expect the Trailblazer to make its way out on B long.
I mean, this is where the Vice utility does so well at the late 30 seconds, and how somehow Philippa gets that kill onto Toki.
A big pickup. Smurfette just playing paint shells in hands, trying to delay the spike plant as much as possible. It's a long flank for Eva, taken up on just 11 points of health.
The spike confirmed. 3 versus 3 post plan, and Eva on this flank will at least get one. Traded out even. Now all up to Sandra, and she's got the goods. Just one player left. Smurfette, 20 HP. The wall, the screen, working against the duelist.
Reposition.
Sandra, perfect positioning as well. As soon as Smurfette taps the spike, doesn't know where the Viper could be. Up, elevated. Oh, misses out the shots. Gives Smurfette a chance, but time is ticking away. And Giant X, so are their chances. Sandra has played this one what it seems like beautifully, but somehow Smurfette still has the time.
Yeah, Smurfette getting half on the other side of that screen, making the time her own weapon. Stepping into the side and saving them already. First round on the board for GX. Little rough around the edges, but they won't mind. They're on the board now, and it's a 3-piece from Smurfette that's put them there.
You'll take it if you're Smurfette, and you'll take it if you're Giant X, but it felt as if another round where they had let it slip. You could see the chances going, and I don't want to be the guy that's continuously bringing up the bad stuff, but again, I said that it's going to be worrying signs if it continues to happen. GX able to right the ship, but need to do better in future rounds.
Yeah, and sort of as I highlighted, you were kind of waiting to see what the timing would look like forever on that Skydog to just re-clear B long. This time, the added benefit is that with Ness on site, there's plenty more utility to slow down the push from Alcadzia. One of those tools is the wall, propped early by Anita.
That's now 3 bodies towards here. Footsteps being heard about with the Fade trying to rotate round. Just about Anita and Anva looking for the timing. It works out. Toki lost.
And Anva, sharp as ever on the Yoru, a role which she has been only just picked up in the most recent stage. New for her, but doesn't matter with an Outlaw in hand. Calls the rotation over towards B.
Face your fear!
As Alcadzia start to scale.
Eva looking to try and take the peak. I mean, still beating for Ness. The judge coming through. Only able to get one, though. So the floodgates are opening on towards the site they should go. Just a little bit of delay coming through from Smurfette. So Spike about to be confirmed. 4 versus 2, but it's Sarah on the flank.
Should maybe expect this, though. Sandra holding it, and there you go. Smurfette locked out at the gate. A perfectly timed molly as they found themselves into post. You can try flanking the first couple of times and find value, but do it 4 rounds in a row, and there's always going to be someone looking for it.
And again, it comes down to a great read by GX. 3 bodies towards the B site initially, but then started to rotate away, allowing Alcadzia to really start to move in, create pressure, somehow clear hookah when there was a judge sitting there. That's just the benefits, the positives that you can speak about this attack.
Yeah, Alcadzia have been defaulting very effectively so far, mitigating GX's rotations, manipulating them now as well. Smurfette will find one more on the way out.
30 seconds
that is all she wrote for round number 4. Alcadzia increasing their lead and their grip on Bind.
There.
And it's now the first time that we're really starting to see the ultimates come into play, right? That's the other aspect towards it. Philippa using that Nightfall, but now GX starting to come in towards their own ultimate cycle, with Smurfette having the showstopper.
Get it.
Yeah, it's just the one rifle here, and it's immediately lost down short. Snappy from Sandra. GX starting to fight for an extremity now. On B long, behind their own smoke, but Schnell could be perfectly positioned. She goes uncleared for just a moment. It's enough to buy time for Philippa to get involved, but that is the spike dropped. 2 versus 3 still recoverable for GX, but with Ness dismissed, Ever isn't too far behind. Anita wrapping things up quite nicely as the advantage continues to build.
And that's something I would like to see GX do more of, is try and upset what Alcadzia are trying to do on their attack, right? I mean, sure, a little bit unlucky, but got 2 picks, and if Eva could have escaped there, that would have been the play. So moving on forward, that's something I would like to see. Now, I wonder if that's what Ask is talking about in this timeout.
Yeah, I think it's important as well for GX to reset early, as they are getting to hand with having this lineup of 5 players again over the last few days. They've not had too much time to bring things together. Sure, there is a whole host of history behind these names, just the duo of Smurfette and Ness itself carrying the weight of multiple years of play in this competition. I mean, for Smurfette, this is now her 15th stage in Game Changers. Would have been the first one that she had missed since its inception had she not played a game. But as you know, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And that's exactly where she stepped up to the plate early. But we need to see the rest of the team put on a performance as well.
Yeah, we really do. And I mean, that's the big talking point, right? Is that, like, GX have had success this year. It's not as if they went for something incredible, or like they went through a terrible, like, splits and then went for something crazy.
Yeah.
But listen, we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's get into the round, trying to go towards Show's control for Alcadzia.
It's an early take with the boom bomb, but immediate response is the showstopper sent by Smurfette, immediately denied. Quick trade from Toki. And sat behind the smoke, Alcadzia have not looked to reclaim this space.
Bring them down.
Yeah, they're really slowing down, a little bit hesitant to walk through the rest of the map. So they decide to go towards B. Ping going out towards that mid portion of the map, and Ava being here with the Seekers, getting that information is going to be absolutely massive for GX in terms of how they move their rotations. But this could easily be a fake and actually hit the TP, especially after Philippa getting that kill.
It's another round where Toki is found in transition. And now Alcadzia looking to pile things onto the A site. Ness can't withstand the pressure. Another GX casualty on the right-hand side means that the spike goes in with Alcadzia in prime control.
2 versus 4 as well. Like, the advantages are just so good. And, I mean, you look at the re-clearing utility, Ava only has 1 flash.
Yeah. It was that Sky Dog, which was just used to reconfirm the shower space. The Seekers, another prior investment. Left with just the Phantom in her hands, starting to clear corners. Advert reveals hers, never able to get one, and it tees up Sarah for just a moment. A fleeting opportunity, though. Bind on the attack side in this first half is all Alcadzia.
And it doesn't seem to be any stop to it whatsoever. GX, even after a timeout, can't find the success that they were looking for. And I mean, I guess like something that we spoke about just quickly in the post plan is the lack of re-clearing utility. The fact that you kind of mentioned about the mid round, but in terms of retakes, it can be pretty difficult for GX to try and play against what Alcadzia have, and especially since the attack keep finding these advantages. So I'd like to see GX still playing on this front foot, but I mean, I guess we're seeing it towards Showers on the A side, but not necessarily towards B, because this is the weak side of the map.
Yeah, Giant X just figuring out what their priorities are, and Showers seem to fare pretty well for them in the previous. Anva is on the outlaw here, just looking to try and punish anybody that wants to take a peek on the Giant X side. All sheriffs into this one, as the spike is far from committed. Alcadzia stripping away the authority. Into Showers they go. Deep clear here. Not yet picked up, and Ever finds the first.
It's nice trades all around from GX. Being able to bait for Toki, but it's still Alcadzia. They have the better weaponry. We know they're good when they're in disadvantages as well. The wall triggered. GX should know that the players have walked forward and Ness deals with it.
Philippa, last one left. Spike on her back, but there's a double stack outside of the Showers. This one is looking all but done.
That is, it would take something monumental to prove it. Right here, right now. Deny GX what they're looking for. And on top of that, there's rifles picked up. So with 15 seconds remaining, looks like Philippa won't get what she was looking for. And perhaps looking to maybe just keep something in her back pocket, a rifle or whatnot. It's not going to happen. A thrifty run from GX. And that's a nice way to get yourselves back on the board and recover your economy a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lazy clear from Alcadzia, all things considered, in Shower. Not fully collecting info on that corner where Toki was embedded. Baited for nicely, as you say, by Smurfette. You're starting to see the synergy coming together for GX in some of these situations. The trades have been snappy from the attack side, but the defense can match them in mechanical ability as well, of course. Plenty of ults up, though, and that's where we see this group of attacking players look to hit the A site with some velocity.
Oh, Anita is just trying to be a little bit cheeky here into the Viper's pit. At least there's a trade from Sandra, but all things considered, stopped and forced out of A.
And the pit stays up as well because it was Smurfette that dropped. Giant X have been pretty happy to send their duelist taken from the bench to just net them advantages, see how much work she can do early on.
The attack now beginning to make work elsewhere. Even dropping a dimensional drift to clear the A site, maybe seeing if there was a possibility elsewhere, but it's brought out another ultimate, that being the Steel Garden. Ava having to try and hold down the B site, but I mean, also that's an orbital strike. That's 3 ultimates so far by Giant X, and it's getting expensive.
Orbital strike of Alcazia's own towards a garden, but there's still a player hanging around here, Eva.
Yeah, this is going to be big if the timing can be worked. You can see Sandra's just noting it, looking to work it, not going to happen, and as a Viper's pit in from Alcazia as well. This is going to be a difficult one for GX to try and re-clear, and a 4 versus 4, but also with Ava being so low on health, Ness getting the first kill and the retake is going to be important for this defense.
Yeah, GX no utility, but Alcazia are boxed completely in the site, backs to the wall.
Well, the Viper's pit's going to help them, but Toki gets the next one. The body's starting to drop onto the floor, and it's Sandra to help to do so. Now just all up to the Viper of Sandra, but she can't make it work. GX! That's 2 rounds in a row now.
That's one hell of an effort from Sandra, but you saw it all laid out on the table by both teams. 5 ultimates in total, 3 on the GX side. They will be able to convert from it, so at the very least they get the next round, and I have to double check, but the economy of the attack side isn't infinite. It was nicely played in the retake, just keeping Ava towards Garden as well. Sarah following it up through Hookah, and Alcazia just not leaving themselves any space from which to play.
It was 6 ultimates in total at Hazza, because there was also the dimensional drift at the very start of the round, if you remember. So, I mean, a clean sweep off the board from GX. At least there's still Showstopper and Nightfall for the attack, and they're trying to increase the pace because of said ultimates. And he just went completely by Sarah and somehow still gets the pick.
Yeah, and Alcazia have ults to spare. That's the Nightfall now thrown onto her head.
Yeah, this is, all Anita apparently, supported by the ultimates and finally dealt with, but the trades are there, and Alcazia looking to return to form. Exactly the case. It'll be 6 for the attack, and at least even on the half.
Yeah, just as soon as you thought there might be cash flow issues with Alcazia, Anita's flying in with just a stinger, but it's the showstopper that steals the headlines. Or should I say, it's the start of a fairly short sentence. That round could have been an email. It's a great pace change from Alcazia.
Yeah.
And it catches GX unawares.
Big thing here is that Smurfette has brought the operator into play now and posted up towards B long. So going to make things easier for GX to hold on to. But still heavier towards the operator. And I like this. The smoke placed with just a little angle for Smurfette to work with.
Does get spotted, but that first operator shot yet to ring out. Anita shoulder deceives her, a pixel out of place. Toki has picked up on this and is going to find the kill off the back. So a loss of control for the attack side. A forfeiture of B as they begin to look towards A.
Well, a bit of mid-rounding through the sky ultimate for Seekers. Ness takes her time and can't quite get the second though, and allows the site and the plant to potentially be gained by Alcazia.
Oh, not if Sarah has anything to say about it, though. Wrapping around the side of Lamps. Anva still yet to clear this out. Alcadzia caught shot in the side of the head, but Anva, with 2 quick kills, returns the favor and leaves Smurfette all alone. 1 clutch already under her belt so far in this map. But it's going to take one hell of an effort on this op. Now tethered to the short boxes. Still plenty of util to try and play off. It's the flash from Anva which invites the first peek, but there gets to a point of no return where Smurfette realizes it's cut out for her. 7 for Alcadzia, the advantage secured.
And it's a big round as well. The fact that Smurfette keeps the op is good as well. But the big thing is Anva's double towards backside, because GX were continuously trading 1 for 1, and eventually that would leave with just one GX player left because they had the advantage. But Anva able to rip the round apart. And GX, they looked pretty good throughout the round. They looked in control once again.
Yeah, I also want to give plenty of credit to how Alcadzia has been playing these mid-rounds, though, with Sandra stepping in as in-game leader in place of Jada. We know that she was doing some of the mid-rounding for the team before, but now given complete control, the autonomy just switching so quickly from a fast execution to a tailored default, which seems to be finding the gaps, getting the spike down. I feel like that's such a win condition for Alcadzia in these rounds. It doesn't matter if they don't bring the numbers into it. The fundamentals are looking pretty strong.
Another slow round from the attack, but this time GX are hot on the heels. They're looking to take the fight forward. This is what we've seen from eco rounds before. But Ava taking a step further in towards shops and even buys herself a kill.
Yeah, it does well to get a pick-up from that double stack. Alcadzia reading the tempo of the round well, though. That audio cue of the Sky Flash in sand is what set them up for it. But now it feels like there's so much ground to still be covered if you want to go for a B execution. Spike in the hands of Anita as the duelist. You're expecting Alcadzia to finish A here, but that's where GX have the numbers, have the op, and have the setup.
Contacting into an operator, never going to find the value that you're looking for, but GX certainly have. I mean, the fact that there's sheriffs and bodies on the site, it should work out, but there's Anita with the shorty to clear. Now, in towards the site they go, but still the operator rings true, and so does Sarah's sheriff. The spike on the ground and a problem for Anita to try and conquer and deal with, which Smurfette has. 3 on the round, and GX answer back.
Last round in the half.
And not for the first time we're finding Smurfette getting a hat-trick of contributions. I mean, this is an eco in some senses, right? A mixed investment, a few players on sheriffs, but Smurfette finds a couple. And it's Alcadzia playing into GX's setup when I just commended them on their ability to avoid. That poses to be the biggest problem. Showstopper up on both sides in this final round of the half, but Smurfette is committed on a short.
I mean, with the Showstopper being able to potentially bail out, and then obviously Toki holding down the long line of sight. Still, though, being able to be cleared, it feels like all the utility should be easy to find Smurfette, but they don't. Still alive in the pocket, still looking to work, still not cleared, but finally does so by Schnell. Anita getting the entry as well is a problem for GX to try and come back into.
GX needing to save face in this first half. Ness still alive on the site, playing from Lamps.
Spike planted.
The spike won't be denied, and Alcadzia get the first duel.
2 versus 5. You're expecting this to be an 8-4 scoreline coming into half-time. It looks to be the case after Ness gets a face full of lead. It will be a flawless round, and it will be 8-4 on the half.
Yeah, strong start for Alcadzia. Exactly what they would have been asking for in this rush, this miracle run through the playoff stage. The former grand finalist saving face towards the end of the first half, but plenty of work still to be done. Alcadzia getting off to the kind of start that they would have been dreaming of here. An 8-4 beginning to this series on Bind. GX, on the other hand, off the back of 6 consecutive map losses, have a lot of work to do to flip this one on its head. Fortunately, their duelist has been leading the charge. Smurfette back in the side, but Anita can say the same. It all looks to be going down on A short to decide this pistol immediately.
I mean, these two teams have been brawling their way through the last half. We've seen it many a times. It's been decided by one spray down or one team playing together. Something that GX have been good at is their pistol rounds. So hopefully they can show that here and actually finish it out after taking an advantage.
That advantage is still yet to find itself in the round. Anita hanging for a little longer on that right-hand side of short. Her nade is going to help supplement, stress the push from Showers as it makes its way in, but GX cannot be stopped. The opening 2 kills go their way, and when Sandra takes a look in, it's immediately shot out of the bigger picture. GX in prime position to continue mounting this comeback.
Don't want to be that guy, but once again, I'll say it. You've got to make sure that you finish out this round, GX, because we've seen Alcadzia come back into these rounds before.
It's the Sheriff in the hands of Anva that gets you a little bit concerned as well.
Last player standing.
Pixel of Sarah spotted, but that's all she needs onto Shell. A very quick one there to make damn certain that GX will convert another pistol round. Yeah. So just a 3-round gap in it from their attack side now.
Yeah, Alcadzia just unfortunate, but once again, we're seeing this from GX, taking advantages but finally closing it out. It's the fundamental part that of the game that worries me about this side, and you know what? That round shows that they have it in the locker. They just need to activate it. So now, let's see GX close that gap, being able to convert their anti-ecos, but hopefully in a clean fashion, and that's the most important part.
I'm glad that you say it the way you do as well, because the narrative around this GX team back in Stage 2 was, could they become more dominant? Could they win a grand final?
Yeah.
And the way I see it, they've maybe flown a little too close to the sun with some of the changes that they made.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you bring that up.
The biblical greed.
Yeah, it feels like that, right? Because, like, GX, as you said, like, they felt as if they were on the cusp of something special, but it was tweaks, not changes that they needed. Like, they didn't need to go for anything dramatic, and it feels as if it was like they cut off an arm to fix a cut, you know? Like, it didn't need that much brutality on the roster.
Thorns are alive.
And unfortunately, it's not worked out for them.
It's a slow contact on the anti-eco for now, though. Alcadzia are the walking dead in this sense. Borrow time with the weapons that they have, but in these close quarters engagements, the shorties could pose a threat.
I'm worried.
30 seconds left.
Still yet to plant.
I'm out of stock.
Just under the 30-second mark. It's a quick pivot towards B. Toxins are up for Sandra. This could be a problem. I'm getting a little bit scared. And still, time not there. Smoke's going up. Brilliant utility from Toki. No. Sets up Sandra. That's going to be another one. Spike still not down. And Falpa finding one more in the meantime. 3 on 3. Has to force the issue. Smurfette to save the day again. The Guardian getting both. And just as a sweat was beginning to form on my brow, that raised eyebrow can be put back down where it belongs. GX with their 6th.
I mean, there was a margin for error there in 2 bodies being lost for GX. They had 2 pistols in the mix, and well, that margin has been met, luckily enough for them. It feels like Smurfette is on the warpath, looking to prove exactly why she shouldn't have been dropped. And it's working out, right? It feels like that's the case. 14-7 and continuing on that march, a Guardian in hand and ready to upset on the bonus.
That's the thing. It just feels like the competition has gotten that much tighter in Game Changers EMEA this stage. Giant X, believe it or not, were in a knockout round before in the first stage, but they had a 6-3 record then. This time it was 4-5. So The landscape changing, and into the gun round. You're looking at it. Both duelists playing from the B long TP, ready to converge on the A site as GX are starting to show themselves.
Starting to be a little bit more aggressive. Couple of rounds being slow, but now this one with a little bit more bite, a little bit more tenacity. And well, they'll get that site that they were looking for, but continuing to march on into the back site, they'll take it. And there's no way to fight for Alcadisia. They have no idea of what to do. And Val, top of heaven, maybe thinking about a save. Sandra certainly is, all the way in B elbow. She's left scratching her head as to where the rest of her team's gone.
Yeah, and there's no situation there for her to try and recover. I think that's something we talk about a lot with these teams, is that sometimes if you do just have the best fundamentals, the most effective trades, it doesn't matter if there's a mechanical goddess on the other side. If you're just simply not got the space to work, then you're hard-pressed to find anything. It was a nice execution from GX, a fairly straightforward one, all things considered. We've also been placing that same default wall on sand from Ness's Vice util, so expecting aggression, but not receiving any.
Sandra looking to try and get out with a few bodies of her own, as well as Anva towards the garden portion, but doesn't get it. Only one lost in the meantime, so overall GX finding 4 bodies in towards the next round with rifles in hand. The economy for the attack is going to be excellent to move on forward. There's just that 2 rifles that the defense is able to save up, so a couple of tricky pieces that GX will have to try and maneuver around.
Sure. It's a big bonus round win, and it gives them a jump start in the ult economy here as well, which means that you're expecting that showstopper from Smurfette, maybe the Seekers from Ever, and yeah, she's going to move one step closer. GX had been anticipating some kind of a push from the defense. It is going to come through on round 16, but they're ready for it.
They are. A couple pings going out, waiting further aggression, a reclear. A double
They're
stack.
so ready for this.
Yeah, it's so nice. Simple stuff, right? Like, just waiting for your opponents to try and do something. You know they're at a disadvantage, and if they sit back, they'll be overwhelmed. So you have to try. Schnell looking to push the envelope once more.
If you are Schnell, it's a thankless task, a hopeless one. In that situation, Alcadzia have always got to be looking at some way to try and claw back the advantage, especially when you've not got the finance. So they'll see this one slip away. A tied game on the horizon, with GX yet to lose a round on their attack side so far. Looking at the statistics, it didn't feel like there would be much of an improvement on the switch, but bringing in a player of Smurfette's quality, it does exactly what it says.
Yeah, it's just getting better and better as we move on. And you know what, like the fact that like it's just simple things like that, just simple calls, it seems to be steadying the ship, and you can see the confidence growing. And no wonder we're going to have a timeout here from Alcadzia, because they need to have a think about how they want to play this defense, especially now they have an operator in play on Anva.
Just going to try and rack their brains as to what it is they need to do to find the necessary improvement. As much as we've been talking about Anita before, it is this double duelist composition on the defense where you're looking more at Anva just being able to create as much space as possible, push the envelope, and have a TP for a quick rotation if necessary. That is what Yoru's kit is designed to help achieve. And with the operator already purchased, you can see the idea of what they're trying to build around. But as I mentioned earlier, that early ult economy from GX means that you're up against a showstopper and some Seekers, so staying on a line for a lot of time in the round doesn't feel all too safe.
This is Alcadzia's pick as well, just to remind you at home. But it's not as if it's a bad map either for GX. They've been one win, one loss on it so far this split. they've shown before in previous splits that they can be, or can make this their map. That operator that we were talking about, Alcadzia had, just towards that A side in Showers, holding down a long line. But GX looking to go and clear out B side. Here comes Smurfette.
Oh, and she's found so much space for this as well. Felipe will finish her off with a shot to the back of the head. But it's actually allowed for Eva to get out into elbow as well. An embed which could cause problems. Schnell is rotating, none the wiser. She'll lose her life, and with the Seekers deployed, GX are back on the road to B. What is that from Toki?
That's disgusting. Sandra now noted as well. There's a late, I guess, development through with Sarah through A. That's going to take a long time to come true. So it's 3 versus 3 on the site.
Yeah, this attack's got layers like a lasagna. They're setting up ready for the kill. GX hungry. Wondering where this version of the team has been so far this stage, because it's starting to show up when it's mattering most. The knockout round is not just anybody's business. With the operator felled, Sandra forced to save just a Vandal with 150 credits left to her name. GX will take the lead for the first time in this series.
Yeah, and you know what? It's through their own making, right? Every round, it's been a good call. Every round, we've seen individuals step up. And every round, we've seen GX grow and grow till they've hit this advantage. Alcadzia, since they've moved on towards this defense, have just fell away from the mark. And it's interesting that we see it, because double duelists, typically, I know this is hard to believe, are better on the defense as well. So the fact that we've not, or maybe not better, but that you see a better statistic on the defense, you know? And I can't believe that we're seeing Alcadzia fall away like this.
To these final stages when experience counts for so much. Players on the Alcadzia side knowing what it means to miss out on a GCC. Schnell second with Ascend in 2023. Denied by Eva on the opposite side. This is a nice move from Anita to kick things off, but she's got to keep her wits about her, and has just gone looking far too deep down the rabbit hole. Early 5 versus 4 for GX.
Sandra may herself be known and continually noted, but GX want nothing to do with it. They're happy with what they've found so far, but it's the proactivity they need to be scared of from Showers.
Yeah, and look at this from Sarah. The way she handles it, so disciplined. Drops back in for another. And the second shot is as sweet as the first. Alcadzia trying to progress through the map on these defensive rounds, but GX are all too in tune with the game plan.
You just have to respect it, right? This is now a GX that looked like the back-to-back grand finalists that we know.
Last player standing.
And that's exactly the case here as they continue to reach double digits. It's just Sandra with the rifle in hand and Sarah with the 4K. A magnificent round from her, an ultimate online, and Toki won off of the orbital strike as well.
First kill from Sarah, a little messy, but make no mistake, the second couple as clean as it gets. And I think as much as we talk of Smurfette coming fresh off the bench and providing in the kill feed, you also have to consider the team environment and the vibes, because I think that was one of the main reasons why Nami was such a mainstay for these guys before, because she's known as someone who really brings that energy to the squad, where we know Smurfette was capable of doing that in the past as well. Alcadzia back with another buy, op out for Anver. Plenty of presence felt on A short, but Showers left unconsidered, and that's where GX make their move.
It's similar to the pistol round where they had 2 players walk up to try and crunch, but I mean, we've seen Smurfette use her utility. That's probably given away, they've given up the jig, but apparently not. Eva finding Schnell as well. So an advantage towards the attack, but still they slow roll in.
Anita and Anver have so much on their plate. And it's between the two of them. The rotation's been called. Alcadzia looking elsewhere towards B, but GX are waiting with bated breath for that first peek to come in. Feels like a question of when, not if. But it's Anva to hold the line instead.
Deep in sight, beginning to make their move. GX walk in towards the raise of Anita, and she's done well on the first, but Anva hasn't. Showstopper used, and with Nightfall to support, but there's so many bodies on the site. How does Anita even try and walk through this? She can't even get out of lamps now. Got a wall of smoke in her face through the Viper's pit. GX basically have 11 and a 4 versus 2.
No util left for Alcadzia either. Stripped down to the bare bones and with barely a weapon in their hands.
Yeah, now they try and approach from a different angle through the rest of sight. Lamps control not in their favour whatsoever, and the Viper's pit an issue to deal with in its own. Smurfette finds the opposite number, confirms 11 as Sandra throws in the white till. GX are still yet to lose a round on this attack, and Smurfette denies the operator.
Yeah, lets it just simmer on the floor. Smurfette wastes no time in shaking off the rust, showing that she was ready to hop back into the server as soon as the GX side needed her. 19-9 with rounds left to be played. Rounds where Alcadzia are not going to have all too much credit. This was a really nice punish on the early aggression.
One enemy remaining.
And beyond that, it's just GX playing their Valorant well.
I mean, that was the big question that I had when Smurfette was dropped, right? Was that, like, sure that the players coming in might be a mechanical level up, right? That's always the case, but I think it's also the like, how to put it, the benefits of having Smurfette in the roster that you can't quantify, right? The fact that there's the experience, the leadership that she can go and give to GX, the vibes as you were talking about. I feel as if like that was the oversight that the change had made, and I'm sure it was considered, but straight back into the roster, we're seeing the value straight away.
Yeah, it's always the unconsidered impact, the stuff that you don't get to see as a viewer. We were lucky enough to be there when Smurfette was playing on the GX team in Red Bull Instalock, and you know, tournament conditions aside, playing 3 duelists, you could tell just from watching the players in the LAN hall how important she is to how GX work as a team, because I mean, there were points in time when she was the in-game leader, not even Ness. So they've had this sort of co-calling structure, and everyone with their own role to play. Alcadzia theirs in this story. To many, they would be the protagonist, the underdog. Now seeded a place above GX in the group stage, but 3 rounds down as it stands on their own pick of bind.
I mean, shots being heard, but GX are starting to group up, and it's outside of 8. But 3 bodies lie, and the defense ready.
I mean, the boombot gets broken so early. We've hit the 30-second mark, and still Sandra committed to hookah, for example. You have the toxins to drop back on. It's a deep clear. GX haven't seen the same kind of proactivity as before. This judge could get to work, but it's not given daylight. Instead, it's a full push coming through from longside.
Yeah, and the big thing about this is that Sandra's hit all the steps, so Philippa should be ready for it. She is somewhat, but it's the old orbital strike. Eva pushed into a position she doesn't want to be in with the spike plant, and it's denied. GX, the makers of their own doom, at least able to deny any purchases that was brought into this round. Only 1 player surviving, but it's actually GX that loses themselves the round and give Alcadzia their first round.
Yeah, it took 8 opportunities, but Alcadzia have finally broken the ice on this defender's side, and it came through a little bit of discipline. Not offering up these early fights by being as forward on their extremity control, trying to take the fight to GX. mean, this is bold for Anita to peek through the Viper wall, and she will be punished for it. GX now get their 5 versus 4, and this is where Alcazia can't then drop back on the setup that served them so well in the previous.
The other aspect to this is that also the defence do have 2 ultimates to bring into this one to maybe level the playing field, that being the Viper's Pit or the Dimensional Drift. But again, still to try and clear Sandra is going to be a real problem for GX. Oh no.
Actually moves past. She steps into her own smoke. That nade's going to hurt quite a bit, especially with the vulnerability cast upon herself. Anva was just waiting in showers, but now joins up short side, knowing that there is a weakness left behind by Anita. Possesses the Dimensional Drift, one of the 2 ultimates, which Alcazia have a monopoly on right now. But GX simply scale. They walk 1 step, 1 foot in front of the other, get the spike down, and there's no one there to deny it.
Yeah, I mean, that's an ultimate offline. I mean, a Viper's Pit is not an ultimate you want to try and retake with, but neither is a Judge. There's real problems for this defense.
Yeah, but it's almost the last chance that Alcazia might get. There's barely any money left in the pocket. They just won a round, so the loss bonus isn't looking too great either. It's got to start with Schnell, and she has began the conquest back into this overloaded A site. The first of 5 targets falls. Looking for the next, and there's a quick trade through Felipa. But Sandra's caught with just the classic. And that's where the problems come to the surface. The dream wears off, and Alcazia are going to be sent 12. GX just 1 away from stealing their opponent's map pick.
Match point.
These last few rounds have been a sobering one for Alcazia, who have been on that miracle run, the Cinderella run. It is only the first map and a best of 3 and a chance to answer back in the next one. But the next is a pick of Giant X, right? One where we haven't seen, I guess, you know, like the best of statistics come through. So it's so worrying.
And if we've got Smurfette in form like this as well, one of the reasons why GX was so good on that map before, like Philly was saying on the desk, it's because of her play style. The round she called, the set pieces, but we just wait on that thought for now. There are still rounds to be played, and Anita has started this one off on a sobering note for GX. It's just 1 kill, but Smurfette equal exchange.
Still look at the pots and pans, like for instance Schnell's Spectre need to try and get up close and personal, but still GX, they look to try and make Alcazia sweat, and that's going to get the Dimensional Drift out of Anva to make sure to try and clear and get all the information needed for them.
But what do you do with this information? It's clearance, but there's no capitalization. Anva has to drop back to square one, and GX will continue to move on to this A side where Alcazia have struggled to keep a hang of the choke. Spike already ferried over and ready to go in. Schnell's going to drop on the other side of it, and it's just a pistol which Anva has to play from. She concedes it fully, the space given away.
Yeah, an advantage. Smurfette still holding on to that showstopper if it's really needed. So all in, GX have all the tools they need to finish out this map here and now.
Here comes the showstopper. Sandra puts it to rest quickly. The Bucky gets 2, and maybe there is a chance. Sandra onto the rifle, can't wrangle the spray. So it falls to Felipa. A 1v2 with Toki in range. She needs to find Nest clean and does so. Looking for the second, but the molly's in play. 13 HP, and that dream is continuing to fade. Time has run out for Alcazia on Bind. GX are back to winning ways.
Listen, they win out Bind, but there's still plenty of more maps in this series to come forward. We've got Ascent up next, and I'm out of focus, but I tell you what isn't out of focus, GX hopes and dreams in this playoff.
No, absolutely. I mean, GX started the day on a positive note, knowing that SK would be out of contention, both one of them or G2, and one of the teams that could potentially outplace them from GCC, undercut that run. Alcazia have lost their first map. GX winning their first in their last 6 played. What a confidence boost coming into their own pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect storm is brewing for them. So overall, I've got a little bit of hope here, right? And do you know what? The fact that they grew into the map, right? It was the later stages that they looked better and better. It gives me a lot of hope, right? And the next thing is that Alcadzia, how do they reset coming into this next one? How are they going to come forward and show us that they have what it takes to push it to a third map? Because that's a tough loss, if we're being honest.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not how you wanted to start things off at all. While we know Alcadzia has this potent blend of previous experience, GCC players and youngsters alike coming in, names like Anita, Anva on the duelist roles, those are also the ones that are the most taxing in terms of input in these big games, in these highlight fixtures, for them to step up and show exactly what it is that they're capable of. It's those situations that make you, man. I know it's a cheesy saying, but this is where diamonds are made, right? Under all of that pressure. And right now, I think you're just seeing some of those players that have been there before so many times, every single stage of Game Changers for some on the GX side of things, come back into their element while Alcadzia have been hung out to dry.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's all about how you make of like the real issues, right? I guess at the same time, Giant X are close to closing out and confirming their Game Changers champions position, which is what we're all looking forward to. Hopefully this roster can return to form. And as well, like maybe there's a chance at being able to go on a run. I mean, you've got Twisted Minds in the next stage. I mean, I'm getting a bit too far ahead of myself, right? We're not even in the next map, but yeah, I mean, there's always those possibilities on the horizon.
Of course there is, but one thing we can say for certain is that we're going to have a break coming up right after this, so don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Walk anywhere, eyes them locked, pa me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell, make alone get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Come me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. Yeah, hear that? Become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words me sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, with I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
GX find themselves one map away from qualifying for the next stage, whereas Alcadzia is on that chopping block, losing their own map. Big Wish seems to be the theme here today, Inami.
Yeah, we kind of thought that it's going to be going their way at the start because they've been coming in so strong. This double duelist on the attack playing so well, but then once we swapped sides, it was just so impossible for them to do much, or like this over aggressiveness coming from Ava or from Anita was always punished, and that just led into an insane comeback from GX.
Yeah, I mean, things started off looking really strong for Alcatzia side of things, Billy, but eventually GX was just able to find that momentum and keep running away with it.
Yeah, I feel like Giant X had such a good read on the map overall. I think Ness IGLing on Vise in itself feels kind of insane. It's very rare that we see a Sentinel IGL these days, but of course with her being that flex player, she has to do what she has to do for the team, similar to how we saw Mimi doing that for the team in our earlier series. But yeah, Alcaçadia looked really, really strong. They came out swinging, Anita in particular, but they had Smurfette on the other side, Jenny.
Yeah, that's exactly what we are gonna have to talk about, because Smurfette has had an absolute game. She literally said, "Why was I benched to begin with?"
Yeah, she's showing us why she should have never been benched here, because the aggressiveness coming from her, and it feels like the hunger to win and the hunger to prove herself. And we also spoke about how Smurfette in the groups is so different from Smurfette in the playoffs, and this is peak Smurfette that we're seeing here, the Smurfette that really wants to make it to champs. And who needs double duelist when you have Smurfette, honestly?
Oh, you're actually so real for saying that. I feel like she came into this map and was just so ready and just already back into form, like we say. She looked as though she was playing with so much confidence, constantly being able to successfully win out those first sort of engagements. And the boys kind of said it on the cast as well. It's not just the stats that we're looking at when it comes to Smurfette, it's the impact that she actually has on the team. You know, being a vocal player, being able to ask for support in those executes, exactly what bits of utility she wants to be able to take there. And not only that, the operator on defense looked so clean. I cannot wait to see more of that when we go to Ascent next, where we presume that she's going to be on that jet.
Yeah, but the stats is what we're looking at right now. 243 ACS, like, okay. This is absolutely incredible to see just how well she's been able to gel back with the team, considering that, you know, she wasn't on it at the start of the stage, and just also just having that confidence. It didn't even take her more than like, what, 2-3 rounds to shake off some of that rust and just get back into the swing of things. Like, this is literally where she belongs. She's home.
She is. She's quite literally home. She wants to make sure that Giant X are there at that global stage and are performing at that global stage. So yeah, I'm so happy to see her back.
Yeah, first things though, another map at least has to be one for the side of GX, but I don't feel like Alcatzia is gonna let this one go too easily. Inami, they have had a lot of setbacks this year. They were able to crawl themselves through contenders, get back into Game Changers EMEA, then they were able to make it into playoffs, but Ascent is up next. They are starting on the defensive side, which for them should be a great way to, I guess, boost some morale a little bit and get that confidence back that they've just lost.
Yeah, I believe they have 67% win rate on the defense, and with their comp, it's not a surprise. They run in Sage Vice, and that has been working so well for them. So the question will be, once again, once they swap the sides, are they going to be able to like bring in all this firepower to be able to stop it, or are we going to once again see Smurfette on GX playing like they play in the most basic old comp in this map, but they're still making it work. So it will be up to Vice and Sage and how much are they able to stop her.
I think for Alcatzia, it's a big confidence boost going into Ascent, even though Giant X picked it. I mean, you beat Giant X 13-6 in groups on this map, and you got the choice of starting on the defense as well, as you said, Ginny, which they had a 10-2 half last time that these two teams faced on Ascent. So I think being able to start there will be really great for them to kind of build up the momentum. I think when we look at that kind of composition as well, like you're saying, Inami, I really like Alcazia's approach, especially on the defense when we consider that, because they do have that double wall with the Sage, with the Vice, they have a Yoru in there. You know, it's really, really nice and kind of on meta Valorant.
Yeah, it's a little gross as well to be going up against, and we're touching upon the success that they have found specifically against GX. I think another thing to truly highlight here is also when it came to their game against KC, it was another very close feat, and I think that's kind of something to put into perspective, how they're able to keep this going regardless of whether or not they are finding success on that first map. But this is also going to be a huge test to their resilience, because ultimately you just lost your own map pick. You're now going to be going on to Ascent. Do you have what it takes to be able to mentally reset in these last couple of minutes and just jump back into it and be like, okay, we're going to take this game by game? Because that's not necessarily the easiest thing to do, especially with how much there is on the line when we're talking about the Game Changers finals in Istanbul, when we're talking about the Game Changer Championship qualification as well. But without further ado, Agent Select is ready, and we can have a little peek whether or not we're going to see anything different, or that double wall setup is going to continue to be the bane of people's existence. Inami.
Well, seems like they chose to keep that double wall setup. And honestly, why not? You're starting on defense. It has worked previously against a similar comp. So we want to keep that and to be able to get as many rounds as possible on the defense. So my eyes will be now more focused on like that swap on once they are on the attack. How many rounds are they able to get, and are they able to close up a map?
I think for me, looking at this agent select, to continue on the Alcadzia discussion, Anita switching over to that Omen, I want to see her become a bit more disciplined because we did just see her go crazy on the Raze. But look at the changes that we have here in Giant X. Ness is really leading into that Sentinel IGL role. We see Sarah on the KO, not an agent that she's too unfamiliar with. We did see her play that a lot when she was back on G2 Gozen. And Eva as well, switching over onto that Sova. And Toki, I mean, we knew that she was going to be playing the Omen smokes here, so that's no surprises.
Yeah, well, no surprises here, but the only thing that we have to keep in mind is what's on the line for both of these rosters. This is Alcadzia's only chance to not end their season a little too early and to stay in the running for the finals, but also for champs. So for both of these rosters, we're going to be heading over to Ascent with our casters, Haza and Kyra, who are, as usual, going to yap away.
That's what we're here to do. That's what we're paid to do. So I'm looking forward to it, honestly. And I have to say, looking at the agent select as well, makes plenty of sense for me. It fits like a glove when we're talking about GX here, going back to agents which have worked well for them in the past.
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping that like the fact that Smurfette moves in towards that Julius role, right, that she can continue to command from the front that we saw on Bind. So, yeah, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of, I don't want to call course correction, I guess, for GX looking to rewrite the history books because they lost it they lost it so horribly last time against Alcadzia. So that's going to be a big one to consider.
We'll have to see if momentum can be kept on this attack side for GX or if Alcadzia can make the necessary improvements. Double Senti comp, of course, comes with its benefits. And beginning this round, the first pistol, of which they were able to pick up last time, it's some B main presence. Anva with the Sheriff just walking up behind the Owl drone, which catches Ness and catches a tag as well. Potential chance to shoot through the cage, but still showing discipline here. Oh, okay. Hello.
Yeah.
What's happening? Come out. Oh my god.
I don't know what's going on there. Again, GX start pistol round as they mean to go on with an excellent start. Maybe gifted a couple of kills there, or gifted at least one through Anva.
All the wrong cams. Not what we wanted to see at all.
Get Jack Igo on the old phone.
And what we did see, not all too pretty. GX happy with this though. 5 versus 3, and they continue to build their empire. It's towards the B site through market.
They look to try and bunker down Alcadzia. Anita and Philippa looking to combine, but there's no combination here. It's all Smurfette, as we seem to expect. Spike down.
Here.
And GX 3 to the good at least. Here, 4 players up and alive. Sandra to walk into what is probably the most difficult task with only a classic in hand.
Already starting to see that clash of styles as well between the two teams and how it is that Alcadzia want to run this composition. Very direct in their exploration of B, as you expect the Euro to be, but with that full setup on A, not able to push GX in the direction that they would have been hoping. So an early pistol round loss.
But this is something that we've seen again, like about GX having a game plan for the pistol, and I guess this is something that we've seen from a few teams now, especially the big one that always I think of is Team Liquid and how they were able to start their maps off with I think it was 4 rounds set, right?
Yeah.
GX, it seems like they've got the same game plan. We saw it when you think towards the last time the Bind was played, or the last map, sorry, and the attack started. It was they had the crunch from Showers on the opening pistol, then they had the slow roll with a TP towards B, and then it was a pace change in towards the 3rd and 4th rounds, and Alcadzia didn't know what hit them. So the fact that you can start off with this momentum and really get the round on your side, GX seem to have a game plan on what they want to do, and it's fairly well thought out. That's credit to the coaching staff.
It's going to be an open runway for them on this round as Alcadzia have put all eggs in the B basket. So early ult points for Sarah back on this KO. Her knife timings are going to be really important as we look to following rounds in terms of identifying where Alcadzia's setup is and building on that idea before, as Eva is a casualty in middle here to the classics.
I don't think we should rule
this
out.
It's going to be, you know, how many rounds can they pick up on the defense, honestly? Because I think it's that second half that is the bigger issue for me.
I'm a little bit worried here with that Bulldog upgrade getting put into the hands of the defense here, because there is 2 pistols on the side of GX. Like, it's not as if there's a complete weaponry advantage for GX.
Yeah. Seeing how strong that bonus could potentially be. Alcadzia making a late swing at this, a damaging one as much as possible, that is. Sarah caught funneling bullets back into the Ghost means that she will go down, and as you say, it is just one rifle in the hands of Smurfette. A Red Bull clutch, a bit of a stretch, but yeah, she wins it in proxy.
Yeah, she does. I mean, like, the time is what wins GX out in the end, but that was a little bit worrying and it didn't need to be. But yeah, just the one rifle for Smurfette to use. A couple of repurchases being brought through from GX, so this bonus round still has a bit of bite.
It's also what we were talking about before in terms of keeping things clean and keeping that ball rolling forwards. They did a brilliant job on Bind at winning their attack bonus. And here, not exactly short of a bob or two. 3 rifles, one of them in the hands of Smurfette. Of course, as we know, kept from the previous, and spearheading towards A short, where Anva is waiting to receive.
Philippa to hold down Mark, it's supported by the Vice utility as well. Actually, all the utility popped straight away off the contact of the wall. So not getting what they wanted there in the end, and GX now have a runway to walk into in the middle of the map.
Yeah, the Vice flash is there as well, but it's not really going to catch all too much. Alcadzia will now know that it is the B execution. They leave Ness behind in middle to marinate. Smurfette's still going, and with plenty of players behind her in spawn, it's Alcadzia that win the duels. Anita picking up 4.
On for the ace as well, as Ness is the one to walk back in to reclaim what has been left from the team, and it will be the ace from Anita. It's just the lone player that's just knocked them all down, and how is 3 players against 1 the one player who comes out on top?
Yeah, I mean, difficult angle to try and pre-aim, I suppose. All the way lofted up in the heavens. But great work from Anita. And you know, this is what happens if you put yourself in a position of power late round, rather than some of those costly opening duels that we saw her taking on the duel list on the previous defender's side. It's got Alcadzia on the board, but we need to see repeat success coming into the rifle.
It's the fact that we again, like, just to pick up on the gaps that Alcadzia had, is just the trigger of the wall, the utility being popped. Schnell just walks out, gets a pick after slowing down one, and Anva now under pressure. Smurfette knocking everybody down, and GX open up the A site.
Yeah, she's not mucking around today.
Mate, no.
Absolutely no chance. From that singular footstep heard in the slow of Schnell, an isolated Toki has vengeance taken by her teammates. Into post, Sarah does have some extra utility to slow this one out. The null command if it comes down to it. But Alcadzia are cut out of options, and Ness has a backstab ready.
I don't even think it's going to be needed. Unless Ness wants to go hunting, which I don't think you should at this point in time. Not a whole lot of money in the back pockets, but it will be a round win, and that lead extended once more. The attacking prowess that GX have continues to show.
Yeah, an absolutely clinical opening. Philippa's been caught out in the open here as well, so it's yet another kill, which GX are going to find after time. In terms of what was done well here, I like the proactivity from Alcadzia, catching that one cue of the step and forcibly fighting one of the arms of the A execution. As I mentioned moments ago, the success has to be repeatable.
But at least we're seeing, I guess, like some idea of what they want to do time and time again in terms of taking the fight to their opponents. And you can see Anva dancing with the idea of going to attack towards mid.
Cover going out.
But decides against it.
Oh, early duel for Anita. Spots the second player and says, you know what, I'll have a bit of that. It's more than she can chew off, though. So a quick trade. 4 versus 4 situation, and GX now beginning to explore mid. In fact, bridging that gap over towards the A site where they began their work in this round.
The other thing to note here as well is that you do have Sarah's null command, but it won't find effect because you do see Sandra towards the B site.
Oh, it does find value in denying the drone and cutting off life support to Anva, who was playing in market though. No tag through the wall, no kill picked up. Philippa's still dancing, flirting with the idea of stepping through the smoke, and when she does, it's 2 sheriff shots straight through GX. Just left alone to pick up the pieces, and she's found the first couple. 2 headshots, but now Philippa left to be beaten, and she'll be the one to take 3 in the round.
I mean, GX, just a little bit of oversight when they get in towards the site execution. They don't consider the position of the Sova. Anita, maybe a little bit too overeager for that second kill, but overall, the fact that there was bodies there to support Philippa, I mean, excellent. Next, just a little unlucky in the 1 versus 1. Philippa already set up, but yeah, I mean, that's a mistake you can't repeat. And that's a round that you probably won't be able to repeat either if you're Alcazia.
Yeah, a couple of individuals rocking GX's world right now, but Alcazia still have 3 with just the 1 kill. Andra amongst that collective and can't find liftoff with the op here either. GX are on an eco, but Smurfette given an op, and with blades available, just has so much potential to cause problems.
Utility towards that A side, but that spike being dropped would have been held by the defense, specifically Sandra, waiting for the wall to pop. But won't get anything from it.
She dropped the spike behind her to proc it solo. I mean, you got to respect it. That's one of the strengths of this comp from Alcazia, though. The fact that you can change up where those walls are placed. It makes defaulting very difficult if you don't have a specific plan in mind, if you are just trying to get the Vice out of play. But now speeding up towards B, it's only Schnell there.
Yeah, heading on towards the box, and unfortunately very easily cleared by Smurfette. There's an indirect trade though through Philippa's Hunter's Fury, but the players picking up this round are pretty slow to do so. Time now gone, not a factor, mostly in GX's favour, but the advantage still towards the attack, and there's rifles in play. Anita gets the first, not considering this, and the corner not cleared, given a chance but can't win it out, and now we go down to a 2 versus 3, make it a 1 versus 2. It's up to Toki. Doesn't see the Omen TP, does see Philippa though, and that's a lot of damage. GX let the round slip, and Alcazia, well, they're able to shoot their way home.
Yeah, there were opportunities there for GX to make things scary. Smurfette dropping as one of the windows that they ended up losing through the Hunter's Fury. Really impactful kill from Philippa, who's been doing God's work so far in this map, alongside Anita. It's the two of them that find all of the impact. Oh my God. There. 19 kills between the two of them, just 6 rounds in, and the rest, I mean, if you're in the comms right now, you've just got to be asking, wake up guys, smell the coffee. As soon as you get involved, we're all over GX.
Yeah, and the fact that they've dedicated Anita and Philippa towards opposite sites as well. If you move into one, you're going to have a fight on your hands. And it comes back to that issue that we were talking about in terms of being able to trade out and playing off of one another. Straight forward in towards Anita, a Hunter's Fury as well, trying to make the Omen uncomfortable, but they can't do so. Still able to get two. Toki the one that actually unlocks the site and makes it a 3 versus 3.
There's a trap up here for Ness as well if she wants to try and place it a little more aggressively. Does so in heaven, but that will have been heard by Alcadzia, denied. And it's the recon now back up for Felipe on this retake.
Things going through, in fact actually denied. Toki looking to play double under with one player on Ardis. That's Ava waiting for her opportunity. She tries to take it but denied. The bodies, the life, all denied. Alcadzia, they've managed to right the ship and they'll take the advantage finally on this defense.
Such a great round. Individuals again showing up, but you have to credit Sandra's setup as the in-game leader. She plays the round almost exclusively from defender's spawn, knowing that if the Vice util gets caught by that KO knife, it's going to make anchoring a whole lot more difficult. But this is where you see the global presence, the value of the util to just buy a little bit more stall and allow Alcadzia to set up for their retake.
This is a nice spot.
Well executed, and now a huge opportunity to continue building this lead.
I mean, there's a lot of utility thrown, but there's nothing in terms of real engagements. And on the back of that, Anva's been able to set herself up in B main with the support of Schnell.
Felipe spotting at least 2 or 3 players there on the mid cross. Anva, with that information, continues to wait before taking a timing. There is a threat now opening up in the middle of the map, which Felipe's keeping half an eye on.
The angle's so tight though, if GX are quick on the mark or even just get a timing, they'll be able to move into market, and now this main hold is under threat. A crunch potentially.
Steps away. Anva's still here though. Gets off the mark. Ness removed. GX still unrelenting in this market push. Spike in the hands of Sarah. She is supported. Smurfette deep towards spawn, trying to cut off the cross in the meantime. It's a flick from Sarah instead that nets herself Sandra, and Smurfette does eventually get active. The upshot's not hitting. It's the Sheriff instead. The hand cannon from the side of her hip, and so Anva forced to find a rifle and recover this 3v1.
It's a tough pickup. At least has a TP to get a clean first engagement or attempt at the very least. And only one rifle in the hands of GX, but it's not the rifles you have to worry about.
Yeah. TP and an ult if it gets that far, but you don't feel like the opportunity is looming here for Anva. The reveal is a death sentence. She lights up to the applause of GX. A thrifty conversion with 4 found from Sarah.
I mean, that's the headline from the round, right? Is Sarah being able to collect those heads. But the round and the way it's built up by GX, it's absolutely gorgeous Valorant. It has to be said. Like, you watch it and the fact that they create that gap through middle, right? By doing little pockets of pressure, moving Alcadzia around the map, and then when it activates, they know that there has to be a main hold, and they try and crunch it. Sure, it ends up messy, but they're the ones that create that mess, and they are the ones who ultimately thrive at the end with Sarah's 4K, so well played to them. They've also destroyed the economy of Alcadzia. Sure, there might be a hero buy here in terms of like I don't know, a bulldog or something, but overall GX should be in the driving seat for the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, it does feel like Alcadzia have the right overall read, the picture of what the rounds look like. Even Anva finding her first kill there is the main control that they would have been looking for. You know, initially watching it, I thought maybe she'd missed the shot, but looking back at it, make no mistake about it.
Oh,
it's a great round from GX.
I was wondering, do you know what I was wondering? I was waiting. I was wondering how long it would take you to try and go for your first Ali McCoist impression,
Mate,
but you know what, fair play, that wasn't the worst.
You know, we're the casters with the accents, right? So I am, by law, also Scottish. I'll be waiting for my passport.
You may be waiting a while, mate. Oh my god.
Doesn't take long for Smurfette to get active though.
Standing.
3 kills and Eva to finish what she started through the wall. Developer is collateral. And there you go. It is as simple as that for GX to find 5. Unless Schnell goes one better.
Hazza, I am safe. And I'm safe and happy in myself to say there is absolutely no way that Schnell will clutch this up.
Yeah. Deep clear on Ness as well in the corner. You're not feeling it?
Nah, mate, because you've got the double stack with Toki holding. Like, here you go. You know, like it's too difficult. But the point I wanted to move into in the next couple of rounds, sorry to move away from the silliness and actually talk about and do our job, but was that there's plenty of ultimates now as we move into the next one, right? That was fairly clean. A lot of ulti points to move on to the likes of Ava and Smurfette if they're ever needed moving forward. But it's the fact that now we can see the likes of the null command to come through, open up a site. If they're spaced evenly enough, I'm confident to say that I think GX will have what it takes to probably win the remainder of the rounds in this half.
Yeah, fairly clean to some, flawless to others. GX held to high standards, of course. But Alcadzia with plenty of tools here to have their reckoning. So a weaker A side in terms of player numbers and utility. Sandra has emptied her pockets on B and will continue to play from spawn as to be unperturbed from Sarah's ultimate. But Anva has the opening duel again. A big win, but the last time Alcadzia had this kill, they could not convert the 5v4.
The worrying aspect to me right now is Schnell's on an island.
Yeah. Playing solo from main. Fully at their own disposition as the wall goes up. Sandra does trade 1 for 1. Schnell has a corner to play around as GX are moving B-wards. Developer steps off the angle just as soon as they make their reintroduction. Eva trying to fight into the site, supported by Toki, but the ult is cancelled. She's over towards A, and it's all just slipping through their fingers. GX win a flawless round against the Eco, but this one felt even cleaner.
Yeah, do you know what? I'll just happily accept that was me cussing the round, because I was like, well, I'm happy to see that probably GX will have what it takes to move through the last couple rounds and win out what they need to, but Alcadzia do well in their ones, they win out, and GX missed the mark, right? So now the defense economy regains a little bit, and on top of that, 4 ultimates to boot with Philippa 1 off of hers. So all in all, this is starting to build into a powder keg round where we're going to see a lot of ultimates push to the middle of the field.
It's so important that Alcadzia can carve out an advantage for themselves on this defender's side. The double sentinel comp does tend to fare well on the attack of Ascent, but it's a very specific style and one which GX have consistently countered in the past. Philippa with a drone close to the wall, ops in play, but the big exchange comes up with nothing when the dust settles. But the 2 bulls want to lock horns again, and it's Anva to find first blood here once more. Spikefeld in no man's land. Anita won't be going for a second dip this time.
Oh, Anita being able to dip out of the scan of the arrow cleared out, so we end up still settling an advantage for the defense. GX looking to consider where they want to go next, and it seems as if there's still an idea around B. Especially considering that when you see it, a lot of the Vice setup is towards this A side.
Decay of the wall is huge, though. That was one of the tools giving passive information to this Alcadzia side. They were thinking that it was potentially B with all the question marks raised by GX. Now they're looking to intensify their efforts towards the A site. The only player on spot is Schnell. Supported by the ult, she falls. Sandra trying to pick up the pieces, and the first kill is endeavoring what exactly it is she needs. Down to the classics, going to be enough. And there you have it. GX falling on the back foot here after early success.
No sense in saving now.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time though, it's still a decent attack half. You don't want to let this fall to the wayside. And it feels like Alcadzia, rather than respect what GX are trying to do, they're playing off angles which the attack aren't considering, right? They're expecting too much respect and not getting it, so they're getting caught off guard. So one last round, 6 ultimates in play. Philippa still one off of hers, and Smurfette one off of the blades as well. So there could be even more to look forward to.
And Smurfette, with a swagger about her, is just walking knife out down Cat, ready to take these fights, knowing that Alcadzia are going to be setting up, stacking their util and playing from the choke points. The Vice util is on B, just in anticipation of a quick null command pop and a push from GX, but it's this slower tempo they continue to play with, even when the KO ultimate is available.
Oh, that doesn't break the trap either, which is a disaster for Alcadzia to try and create pressure. A quick re-clear from GX will make them think that that's the case, and for me, at this moment in time, it's where they want to go next. Still 3 bodies committed towards A. GX will move into the Vice setup, but have bodies to overpower what is there.
They know that Sage was starting on A and Sova B, but no real deviation from the norm. Still yet to spot out the Vice setup, but with that null command finally committed, the direct counter to the util, it's into the B site that GX will make their last stand of this half.
Still Anita not caught that flash perfect. The trade's not quite there for GX as Alcadzia find himself at an advantage. Anita looking to bunker down onto site, but the flash was good enough to gain a momentary advantage and put in a 3v3.
And we're collecting plenty of information through the Yoru ult. Flashes Smurfette up close.
Yeah, but Smurfette trying to duel in towards CT, doesn't work out. But Ava able to keep the numbers somewhat similar. Sarah going one better. The ultimate invested, but Ava able to deny. And Sarah with 4 on the round will make it even. 6-6 on the half.
Switching sides.
Both teams dancing around each other with their own compositions. You were thinking the KO would be a direct counter through utility, but it's the gun in the hands of Sarah that's won multiple rounds solo. Tied at the half. Can GX convert?
Welcome back, folks, for the second half of Ascent and the second map of this series. GX look to try and march on and win this in a clean 2-0 sweep. But if Alcadzia are going to have any resistance, it has to be on their weaker side, where they've only had a 35% win rate on the attack.
Yeah, what a turnaround it's been from GX, bringing Smurfette back in. Only 9 rounds picked up against Alcadzia last time. They were the ones on the receiving end of a 2-0. But as the MENA organization moves to the attack side, I want to see how good this double Sentinel comp is going to be. Ala Fnatic, we've seen some of the best in the world play it over the time during Champions. And it's a full group up tiles to kick off the pistol.
Priority towards mid, and in fact there's even a runway to try and make sure of it. The fake out will be used to try and create a little bit more pressure. Faking steps, Smurfette takes a step forward when arguably you shouldn't have done so, and Alcadzia with a double to open up the round, have that B site that they were looking for.
Yeah, it's really nice from Alcadzia. Couple of ways that you can play it, slow or fast. They're right in for the jugular, and then Nita continues the hot streak.
Yeah, it's an important pistol round to get things kicked off. The momentum in your favour, the economy, etc., etc. You know how it all builds down, and Alcadzia have started with a flawless round. On top of that, I think that's something that GX need to be aware of, is this pace change that Alcadzia can get into, because it's going to be difficult to try and break down their post plan.
We've had to wait 20 rounds or so to see them back on the attack side again, but that ended as an 8-4 half in their favour on Bind. Just the one from their defence there. They've given themselves something to play for this time, heading into the anti-eco. And as you mentioned, I think, look, I was always looking towards this half because GX always played a very distinct style where Smurfette, as the duelist, as vocal as she is always calling for setups, whether it's, you know, a tiles crunch, a vision striker's push, something like that. A flash here, for example, which catches Sandra completely blind and dead. That's what you've got to be watching out for if you're Alcadzia, especially when you play this slow default style.
The unfortunate thing for GX on that play is the fact that realistically that was only the pistol player, so it's the next, the other four that have the rifles that they'll be looking to try and make good of.
This trap is dirty.
Yeah. And it hasn't found the value either, but there's a second player noted on the cam, so GX should know that this is where the stack is. They've committed the bodies to it, but Alcadzia, they're doubting themselves, and this is going to eat into the time bank that they have left in their pocket.
Yeah, GX in the meantime haven't created an insert. They've got no meaningful extremity control. 5 players strong towards A.
30 seconds left.
And Alcadzia are going to play into this. They're just readjusting the execution through short this time. 20 seconds or less to get in, and everyone from GX is present.
Yeah, that trap still up and available as well as the players make their way in. The flash is good, so is the utility and the pistols. An ability to answer straight back on a thrifty round is exactly what GX needed. They will be 7-7 as Schnell tries to show some sort of resistance, but can't do it. 7-7.
Yeah, and Pete, the average viewer who's sitting here watching is probably wondering, oh, this guy keeps going on about Smurfette, but you see it there in practice. She's the catalyst, which sets up the advantage that lets Ness from that position convert with her own macro calling. They make a gamble towards A. The proactivity was not prepared for.
This goes here.
And Alcadzia full foul of it. Such a kick in the teeth after drawing us equal 2 pistol rounds each. Will not be maximizing the advantage.
Well, finally, Alcadzia will deal with that trap, but it's around in the future. And I think they're just looking to deathball their way in this one. I mean, they have one stinger on Sandra, but realistically, you need to get up close and personal to really make that work. I mean, the worrying thing, I guess, is that Toki is all alone on the A site.
The mid-rounding looks good here from GX, though. It was the Owl drone, the recon towards tiles, and now a rotation can be made. The timing hit by the attack, though. They get into the A site. There's only one player there, it's Anva. Toki already felling her. Alcadzia slain by Smurfette, who on 30 points of health has to dip out, but where one falls away, another pops up like a 3-headed snake. GX have the lead.
Out there they do. 8-7. And looking to keep on marching forward. They're not fully out the woods yet. You've got to remember that economy can easily be thrown into trepidation just because you're on the defence side. It's just I guess that the problems with the job, right? Alcadzia, they've shown us that they can accelerate, but we've also seen problems when they try and slow things down, when they try and change the pace up. So I want to see a different look for this double sentinel. What does the mid-rounding look like if they try and approach mid like we're seeing in this round?
Sandra had been really good previously at calling these rounds for them. Stepping in instead of Jada in this Turkish side, which will be looking for a homecoming in Istanbul, but still feels so far away. Smurfette knows what it means to rep her country on home turf, though, and with the operator in her hands, on the prowl and being loud about it in market, Sarah is going to lose her life in the process, though. And Alcadzia have a bit of time and numbers to play with.
Smurfette looks to be dynamic as ever. Now set up towards the E side, and this is where the push is coming in from. There's only one player in the main position, and Toki trying to hold on towards short, isolates one, that'll be good enough for her. She dips away.
From the former duelist to the current, it's brilliant stall from Toki, and in the smoke she'll get the next.
30 seconds left.
Eager for a little bit more, but it's Smurfette playing the timing, still ducking and diving around with the op. Just one more is how it will end. 2-on-2 situation, stepping out into heaven early is going to be Ness, and Ava with the other. So, 2 rounds now, the advantage for GX, as Alcadzia are just not here for the match.
Yeah, and it's not that, it's the fact that they're being denied the spike plant as well. For those at home who are maybe new to watching Valorant or whatever, like that spike plant is important for your economy state. It gives about 300 to 400 extra creds that you can have in your back pocket. And while it might not mean the greatest deal, it could possibly mean the difference between one piece of utility and not.
Exactly. Always a plus. Here, for example, you're seeing three stingers, a couple of sheriffs, and another quick execution, but it's into Smurfette. What?
And it's that operator once again that pops up. I need to
Revealed.
noted. Smurfette's still not capitalising on, but finally brings out the blades. You look at that site, there was 3 players at the boathouse. It's not anymore, it's just the 2. But you still 2 players very capable of holding on, as being shown. Spike on the ground, and so is 4 bodies of Alcadzia, as it's now just all up to Schnell. She's lost, and well, GX have found double digits.
And the Bladestorm usage is gluttonous from Smurfette. Like, the reason why she didn't find the revealed player is because she was focused, completely locked in on that main fight through the smoke. And finally, we will see the second timeout of this map from Alcadzia. GX have only called a single break in play so far this series. That was at the start of Bind. But I think Asuka's quite happy for them to just carry on as they are. You can see that it just sort of feels like they've picked right back up where they left off from the previous stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem that they've got to try and figure out. Alcadzia is, how do we get onto the site first off, and how do we settle into a post plan? Because 1 round out of 5 isn't good, and the worst part about that 1 round, Hazza, is it's the pistol round. It's the round that everybody argues is a 50-50, that realistically there's not a lot of, I guess, importance that you can put in it. Sure, you can come up with a game plan, but I mean, overall, there's a lot in the air when it comes to these rounds. So Alcadzia, when it comes to rifle rounds, the bread and butter of your Valorant, they are not showing us what they're capable of.
Yeah, and it was a 13-6 win for Alcadzia last time these two faced on this map, but GX making it their home ground yet again. It was just a single loss on Ascent in the 5 times played in the previous stage, and here, with Smurfette in the lineup, looking to improve things once again. The op left unchecked could be a serious issue. The question is, what are they going to do to stop that?
I mean, it was a 10-2 half last time, but that was on the defence. It was the attack where they started to allow GX back into the map. It could be the same right now. Even trade, Sarah for Philippa, Initiator for Initiator, but it's the scan and the flashes. Sorry, the scan for Alcadzia and the flashes for GX that is gone.
Philippa's ultimate, of course, as well, but for Sarah, yeah, those flashes have been so instrumental in clawing back space against the attack, who are now trying to force the issue as a group into the B site. Always a very strong execution for this composition.
30 seconds
It's left entirely unchecked by GX.
Well, the first port of call to try and break, but it's 4 bodies out of CT.
Ready for this retake early. Straight onto the scene from Switch.
Schnell looking to play around the wall. And well, it just seems as if the fights are going to go Alcadzia's way. Not if Ness has something to say about it. A 2 versus 1.
Playing the movement, just trying to bait Sandra in.
And it's not going to work out.
Reload is incredibly awkward in the end, and so Alcadzia are able to sand off the deficit. 8-10 now, Cairo.
I mean, 2 rounds in it, that's not too bad. I mean, again though, Alcadzia actually showed us that they can get on towards site, they can get into post, which looked good, but it was at the expense of Sandra's ultimate.
The tools are really strong with this comp to go for that B push, because Anver can slot a TP down lane. You've got a Paranoia from Anita, which covers most angles on site to make sure that no one's going to be able to actually catch your Yoru when it TPs. And Schnell can wall up through the window as well, so it is a strong facet to their game, but Smurfette has plugged that hole. Into B main she goes with the operator, to be cleared later on, perhaps.
I mean, the fact that there's still 2 bodies committed towards B says that, for me, that this is still a part of the map that Alcadzia are interested in, that they want to move into later in the round. The only thing that I put a doubt over this is the fact that there is obviously the spike still towards A.
Yeah, Philippa investing the drone into mid as well means that someone on Alcadzia has to face check this eventually. And it looks like that will be Sandra.
Flash placed.
Already used the Vice Flash once, and it does tag Smurfette this time.
I mean,
but no meaningful gains made on A, and right now there's still 2 players there as well, so the question is, with 30 seconds left, where are Alcadzia off to?
I mean, that's the problem, because these off angles become stronger later into the round. You're allowed to hide. Less utility.
So telegraph with the wall as well.
Yeah, less utility to clear out. That's the biggest problem for Alcadzia, and they're still taking their time. They're still to move in, and GX from their off angles win out the duels like we expected, leaving just Anita and Philippa to try and, I guess, save up, right? I mean, a feeble attempt at trying to attack into that round, unfortunately. And it will be 11 for GX, just 2 off a 2-0 win in the first match of playoffs.
The same scoreline onto Alcadzia as they were able to do onto GX the last time they faced. GX also coming off the back of 3 2-0 losses, may I remind you. So what a change in form this could be. But yeah, looking at it there, it's 3 bodies with blue and black shirts on the A site, becomes 4, and then 5 by the time the round is done. The biggest issue was Smurfette. She gets into B main early, and Alcadzia don't know what to do to deal with her. Sandra's continually double checking with that flash that there's a player there, but then Philippa goes to drone mid to try and, you know, give herself a bit more safety on the cross towards the A execution. I just don't feel they created enough of a question mark on B for them to assume it was safe to go for that A push, which, yeah, GX have been very good at handling so far.
And I mean, now we're starting to see the gap, right? I mean, 2 front runners in terms of individual performance, and Anita and Philippa, and GX, every player chipping in when needed. It feels like the good times are back for our top 2 side in Split 1 and Split 2. The question is, in Split 3, can they correct the course that they were on, the trajectory that they were going to basically bomb out of playoffs with not much of a resistance? It doesn't seem to be the case since Smurfette has come back into the roster. Alcadzia all outside of A right now.
It's a similar situation again. Smurfette set up on B, and the rotation called to A. 4 players now in close proximity, and the spike is heading right in their direction.
Yeah, you know the players of GX are wanting to wait for the players to move into their crosshairs. Ava looking to confirm, sees the Sova, and well, that should confirm that this is basically going to be the A side. Players rotating in. GX are ready for this.
It's exactly what they want. The defenders are ready. They bolster themselves here, batten down the hatches. Toki to take 3! What a spray from the Spaniard! And the try as she might has nothing going in this round. It is all GX to take map and series point.
I mean, there's not much left in the bank either for Alcadzia. Everybody was excited, me included, right, to move into this match. Smurfette being added in. Do GX have what it takes? Alcadzia, the Cinderella run, the MENA representative to potentially go and take it one step further, right? This is the MENA side of the bracket. Twisted Minds in the next round as well. But instead, it's the old guard, the ones that you almost expect to come through every time, pushing up, but instead, Anva showing a bit of resistance.
Yeah, quick double to keep our attention on them. Katia moving quick towards this B site, where there's a smoke set up for Eva, and she has a recon plus her ult.
Plenty of bodies being highlighted. Toki, well, the Phantom from last round is certainly still active in this. Trying to push their way forward, but still Eva not clear. And Boathouse looking to wade away out of a difficult situation. Only good for one, but keeps the numbers somewhat reachable for GX.
And GX being so protocol heavy are already in position to set up this retake. Little util, but the theft invested.
Yeah, big information. Toki already capitalising. Ness looking to try and make her way forward, but she knows the information. She knows where she needs to look. And GX, from nowhere, correct their form, and they're able to buy themselves a second life in this playoffs.
The back-to-back second best in GC EMEA wanted better, and they get it from the bench. Smurfette back in the side, and you can see the instant impact. Everyone on form there on Ascent, overturning the previous result. And it's just such an unfortunate way to go out if you're Alcadzia, because they had a game plan, they had a way they wanted to try and play things. But once it swapped onto that second half on both maps, it just felt a little bit directionless.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that we have to give up Alcadzia for the GX return, but at the same time, I know that the community will have been happy to see the match that we've just seen, right? Alcadzia showing what they're good for, but it feels like in their development, they're maybe just a step away, you know? They maybe need a little bit more to reconvene and talk about what they need to go on forwards, you know? And the problem is, it's the end of the year, it's the end of the competitive calendar, and they don't get another chance realistically.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes standard stuff done well to a very high standard is the most effective. And while Alcadzia were bringing fresh ideas with their compositions to the table, it felt like the theory maybe wasn't fully implemented against a team like GX, who are so locked in with those protocols, so well regimented. And that last round is probably the perfect demonstration of it. So, yeah, with that being said, I have to say commiserations to Alcadzia. For them, the run ends here, but for GX, more games to be played.
Yeah, and I'm excited for the next one as well. Twisted Minds up against GX Hazard. That's one to look forward to, certainly.
Certainly is, but with that in mind, we should be heading back to the desk to hear their breakdown of this series and all of the games from today. So, take it away.
Thank you, Serial Yappers. I mean, look, GX have managed to win this today convincingly. They looked so incredibly strong from a stage that we were seeing earlier where we didn't even know whether or not they'll be able to actually take on Alcadzia in the playoffs. So that is an incredible feat and a great turnaround when it comes to the roster changes. But furthermore, Billy, with this win and the amount of circle points that they get from it, they are locked in for champs.
It's crazy to think, right? We were literally sitting here like, oh my gosh, they have to like really do well. And I feel as though that performance in particular on Ascent just showed everyone why it was such a strong map for them in stage 2. You know, they recognized the composition they were playing against. They were constantly playing on that front foot on defense, not allowing Alcadzia to be able to get in any sort of post-plant situation with that double sentinel. And I think the adaptations that they've been able to make throughout this series today shows why they've been able to, you know, get to that top spot, be able to qualify for Game Changers champs based on points alone. So yeah, I'm really excited for them.
It's a really great way to, I don't want to say end the stage because obviously the stage is not over yet, Inami, but it's a really good way to head into playoffs because you now have a little bit, I guess, of a cushion when it comes to how some of these games could potentially go. And if anything, it also speaks volumes to what Smurfette has been bringing to this roster.
Yeah, Asuka touched up on it earlier, like really quickly, about the hunger of competition that Smurfette has now, and I think she just demonstrated it in game. She's been so strong coming into this, and even like when she dies first, sometimes she's able to create so much space, to give so much space to her teammate, and that has been just phenomenal. And also the adaptation in the second map, where they were able to like find this opening in the mid, being able to take those fights and finding every single time this opening to be able to like secure at least a 6-6 half, and then later on being able to just fully win the second half. I think that they just proved that they do deserve to be on the champs. And honestly, hearing what Asuka said, I'm excited to see what they will be bringing in the champs.
Yeah, that's for sure the case, but we need to kind of bring it back as well to Alcadzia here, Billy, because it's really important to highlight the fact that they got here through literally the skin of their teeth, battling it out in contenders to be able to get to the stage 3. And then we get to stage 3 and they have a good group stage. They are able to qualify all the way to here, but unfortunately the playoffs, when you're getting into these best of 3s, it didn't feel like they were that comfortable with it.
Yeah, I felt a little bit sad because we heard from Felipe earlier, you know, they were confident going into today, and it's absolutely fair enough. I don't know if they expected that they were going to be playing up against Smurfette, of course, who's been unreal today. But yeah, I do want to go back to Alcadzia and their journey because, of course, they did come up through kickoff. They went through the contenders journey. They made it to stage 2. Like, as an org, this is the furthest that they've made it in Game Changers, with them only coming into Game Changers this year. And I really hope that the team do stick together because it feels as though they have a lot of the right pieces that they need, right? They have the wealth of experience from a bunch of the players. They have Anita and Amva, who were going absolutely insane as well. You know, you need those youngsters to be able to put themselves in those situations where they could quite literally flip a map on its head, which is honestly what I was thinking coming into this today. So yeah, I feel like they have a really good recipe for success, and I really do hope to see them back again next year.
Yeah, that's for sure the case here for Alcadzia, and I think as well Inami, considering you are a little bit more familiar as well when it comes to MENA region. In general, this organization, you know, it'd be great to see them sticking around.
Yeah, especially since like the entire team has been doing so great overall. Sandra has been having some great ideas, and even if the score doesn't show it, even if like she died a lot, but also she's been playing so smart, being able to avoid those knives of Sarah through all the game, being able to avoid also her ult when they were playing on defense, and keeping her traps active. I think she's a really smart player, and I hope we get to see her even more in Game Changers.
Yeah, I think we would just have to go back then to GX as well. I mean, we've already highlighted here Alcadzia, and again, commiserations to them for how this went. But GX side of things today felt like a statement, if anything, because we've already touched upon as well earlier today, Billy, the fact that the group stage wasn't necessarily as strong and as dominant as we expected them to. And then we have a conversation, and we hear that the roster changes have been made because it didn't feel like they were improving. But from what we've seen today, like, it's kind of like they're so back. And
I get it. I get it. Like, they want to win a stage. They want to be regional champions before they head to GCC. So I do kind of get it. But I mean, they were just insane today, and I hope that they're completely back now.
You know who else is completely back? By the looks of it, Smurfette. She's also ready for the interview. So thank you so much for taking the time after such an insane win to join us here. Congratulations, girl. I just want to start off with saying you didn't play up until now in this stage, and you literally took that so personally because you were popping off.
Yeah, I don't know. I was busy rotting in bed for the last like couple months, so I was excited to play. That's why I guess I popped off. I don't know.
Oh, we could really tell. Is there anything that you're doing, I guess, behind the scenes when it comes to preparing for this first game back onto the stage, especially with the stakes being so high that there is no lower bracket, that, you know, now you have qualified with the rest of the team for Game Changers Championship as well, by the way. I'm not sure if you were aware of that or if you're keeping track.
I didn't know, to be honest.
Oh, okay, well, there you go. Congratulations. You guys
you.
are going to champs. So that must be like such a huge relief, though, off your shoulders.
It was actually, I mean, I don't know. I want to like improve as a player a lot, but I got stuck in my about my mental, which is kind of a bit like tough, especially if you're duelist, you lack like confidence and stuff like that. It might affect you a lot. But I guess when I got benched, the time that I took was motivated me, and I was like excited to play again. So yeah, I'm really excited.
That's really good. I mean, the confidence was definitely there today, and you guys, with the qualification for champions, probably like a little bit less of pressure on your shoulder. But I do assume that the goal is to win the stage.
Yeah, of course, it always is.
That's good, because we want to keep seeing more of you. We want to keep seeing you going. You have a game coming up as well against Twisted Minds. Are you, by any chance, a little worried about that one? Do you think after the performance that you've seen today, you guys are just all fitting perfectly like a puzzle?
I don't think any of us ever gets worried about any game. We just respect every team, every player, and we just like play like our game, and we'll see you tomorrow.
The GX game is working out and is going great. Maybe not necessarily so in the group stage. So this time, really, this is the strongest we've seen GX for this entire stage. When it comes to that, when it comes to your individual edition as well, besides the incredible confidence that you bring for yourself and for the rest of the team, what else would you say are the attributes that you help with when it comes to the team and when it comes to everyone being on the same page?
I try to help mid-round. Also, I usually die first, so I try to control the post bans, which is not that good still. I'm improving on that, okay? But yeah, I guess like communication is like the most important thing for me to put in the team.
And would you say that's the biggest difference between the GX that we're seeing today and the GX that we were seeing during the group stage? Or what would you say the biggest difference is between these two?
I think it was different. I don't know, everyone like reset their mental after that like rough group stage, which you cannot do anything about it, because like it's competition, you always lose and you always like win. Not always. Me, never win. But it's okay. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just too tired.
That's good. You're just vibing. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you sleep. You have a big day tomorrow as well. But again, welcome back. Lovely to see you. Congratulations on qualifying for champs with the rest of the team.
Thank you.
I hope you guys go celebrate that too.
Thank
Bye.
you so much. Have a nice day.
You too. Aw, they didn't know. I was like, oh, surely they know. They're like, no, we didn't. So that felt nice. I'm so happy that, you know, just hearing the way that she's approaching this when it comes to, you know, the mentality reset, when it comes to her role, Inami, in the roster as well, calling mid-round, being aware of all the blockages that she had earlier this year and being able to remove them. Having such a self-aware player is invaluable, clearly.
Yeah, I think Smurfette mentioned it earlier before that like her biggest issue has been the mental side, and when she's able to just like mentally reset and focus, she's always able to pop up. And I think also it's important to note how humble she is. She's still like going to respect every opponent the same way, and she also sees that she has few things to improve on. And yeah, it's just so good to see Smurfette back.
Oh yeah. Billy, I mean, from the side of things, we already have 2 teams now from the side of Game Changers EMEA qualified for champions, which is insane, but only one more slot is left, and that will be for the winner of stage 3 of Game Changers EMEA. And with a few games that we still have going on this week and next week when it comes to the bracket, there are only a couple of teams left up for contention. Twisted Minds could potentially take it, or maybe it's G2. But what would be crazier, Billy, is if, let's say the finals is another KCGX, and then it's just like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, the maths is not mathing in my head. We have too many points going on here. If I knew that Giant X's match today was a qualification match, I feel like I would have been screaming it from above. But hey, we know now that Giant X have qualified for Game Changers Champs, so super exciting. I think for me, I'm looking ahead at that KC versus G2 game. I think that Glance is going to obviously be trying to deny her former teammates, Mimi and Petra, from making it back to that international, that global stage. So yeah, there's a little bit of a rivalry going on there, and I'm excited to see Twisted Minds perform as well.
Yeah, Inami, for your side of things, I mean, I would like to hear your opinion as well on both of these games heading into tomorrow, because this time around, if you do lose, you still have the lower bracket, and with GX and KC already qualified, it does make things a little less intense.
Yeah, it's super intense for both Twisted Mind and G2. G2, of course, they don't want to be missing champs. It will be a first for them. But also in the other side, Twisted Minds, if they're making it to the international, in the first year they ever joined Game Changers, it will actually be so insane for the org overall and for the region, of course. So yeah, it's totally two matches that I will looking forward to, and yeah, excited to see what they will be bringing.
Yes, bring Fikri to champs. And for those of you at home watching this, Fikri is Twisted Mind's mascot. Second of all, the tickets that you need to buy to be able to go to the Game Changer finals. You can scan the QR code under my camera this time around. It is not a picture. We are so back. Get those into your calendar. It is going to be incredible. As someone who has been to a Game Changers LAN, this was champs specifically, the vibes are always so incredible. These players they're literally giving it their heart and soul, and so does the community. So trust me when I say you do not want to miss out on this one. But that's it from us. I hope I did a good enough pitch to sell it, because last time it was just like a little picture, so that was whoopsies. But thank you guys so much for tuning in for today. We're gonna be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. 2 best of 3s to decide which one of our remaining 4 teams would go to that 1 remaining slot for Game Changer Championship. But also there's going to be the grand finals in Istanbul that you are going to buy your tickets for. Until then, enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a good day tomorrow, and we will see you. Bye.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. Hey, you, who are you? Tell me your secrets and let us talk about it, about it. I know what you need. Come on, let me show you, babe. Let us dream about it, about it. Your hands would feel so good on me. I'm falling for that fantasy. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want.